자, 그러면은 오늘도 힘차게 가볼까요? 탱글 타워입니다. 이게 추리 게임이었는지 퍼즐 게임이었는지 정확히 기억이 안 나는데 일단은 해보도록 하겠습니다. 시작. 탱글 타워 오후 중반. 뭐지, 이 두 명은? 주인공이 둘이야? 호수 가장자리.
You ready, Sally?
준비됐어, 셀리?
Grimore, I've been standing here for 7.5 minutes.
그리 모여? 그리 모이래. 그리 모여? 아무튼 지금 7분 30초째 서 있기만 했어.
Just checking.
그냥 허기한 거야.
Do you have the map?
지도는 있어?
Yeah,
꽤
but
있긴
it's
한데 그냥
basically
지도야.
blank. Did you read the case file? What do you
파일은
think?
읽었어? 어떻게 생각해?
I'm not sure yet.
아직은 모르겠어.
It's really not a lot to go
정보가
on.
많진 않아.
Did you read it?
너는 읽었어? 왜 강조가 돼 있지?
Yeah, I'll read it on the way to the crime scene.
사건 현장으로 올라가는 길에 읽을게. 어허, 이쪽에 사건? 살인 피해자 프레야 펠로우 19세 플로라 펠로우의 초상화를 그리는 도중 사망. 플로라의 탑. 플로라는 현장에서 초상화 모델로 포즈를 취하고 있었다. 프레야 펠로우는 등을 바닥에 대고 쓰러진 채 발견됐으며 가슴에 단 하나의 자상을 입은 상태였다. 현장에서는 어떤 한 무기도 발견되지 않았지만 프레야가 끝내지 못한 그림 속 주인공은 칼을 들고 있다. 칼끝의 빨간색은 물감이 아니다. 피인 것으로 확인되었다. 그러면은 살인이 일어나고 나서 그려진 건가? 잠깐만. 아니, 나 사건 파일 아직 제대로 못 봤는데? 프라는 어떻게 살해당했지? 살인 피해자 사망. 다 본 거구나. 일단 알겠어.
It's a bird bath.
새들 욕조네.
Is that just rainwater?
빗물이 고인 건가?
Looks a little weird.
수상한데?
The birds seem to like it.
새들은 좋아하는 거 같네.
They're even singing a little
심지어
tune.
음에 맞춘 노래 부르고 있어. 음에 맞춤? 따따따따따따따따따. 이거 어떻게
Please don't do
하려고?
that.
여기에서만 단서를 찾으라고? 이동할 수가 있구나. 일단 집 안으로 들어가 봅시다. 정원. 알.
It's a stone carving.
돌 조각석이야.
Wonder how it
왜
got
종이가
cracked.
쓸까?
I think it's supposed to look like that.
원래 그렇게 만든 것 같은데?
It's an egg.
알이잖아. 의심되는 부분. 여기 왜 파동이 생기지?
And it's full of the same weird water that was in the lake.
호수에 있던 그 이상한 물이 여기에도 가득 차 있어. 같은 물이란 건 어떻게 알지? 빗물인가?
Any fish in there?
물고기는 있어?
Not a single one.
한 마리도 없어.
Although there is
근데
something in there.
뭔가 있긴 해.
It's a cassette tape.
카세트 테이프?
Or it used to be.
망가지기 전에는. 이거 적어도 안 되겠지? 글씨가 번졌네요. 오케이. 프레야. 인물 조사도 할 수 있나? 파동이 없어졌어.
And it's full of the same weird
Any
water.
fish in
Not a
there?
single.
Or it used to be.
같은 말이군. 이 립은 뭐다냐?
It's quiet.
조용해.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to
너무
say too
조용하다고
quiet.
해야지.
It's not.
아니?
It's an appropriate amount of
좋은
quiet.
감정인데? 뭐야 이건?
What animal is that?
까마귀? 독수리?
Hawk, bear, lizard.
매곰 도마뱀?
Right, of course.
그래?
A hawk bear lizard.
매곰 도마뱀. 단서가 될 만한 건 아닌가 보네요. 여기 뭔가 비밀 통로가?
Spooky.
으스스한데?
What do you think it's for?
이건 뭐 같아?
I think it's to scare away detectives.
탐정들의 겁을 줘서 쫓아내는 걸 거야.
Is it working?
먹히고 있니?
No.
아니. 버섯?
This is some
굉장한
garden.
정원이야.
Do the plants all look a little strange to
식물이 모두
you?
낯설게 느껴지지 않아? 에? 이 뒤에 이건 뭐지?
That must be Tangle Tower.
탱글 타워. 가볼까요? 탱글 타워로. 정문. 탱글 티워.
Oh,
오.
What?
oh, there's an O on
아,
the
여기
floor.
있네.
Oh yeah.
그러네.
Tangle Tower.
쟁트워.
Twir.
투어. 딸랑.
Should we ring the doorbell?
초인종을 눌러야 하나?
Why would we not?
안 그럴 이유 있어? 무슨 종이 이렇게
It's a little
리듬감 짧게.
melody.
아, 초인종이라 그런가? 그냥 종 아니야? 멜로디가 짧아. 아까 새들의 노래.
Do you think he'll start to move if we try to go inside?
우리가 안으로 들어가라고 하면 저 동상이 움직일까?
No. I think he'll just silently
아니,
judge
그냥
us.
조용히 보고만 있을 것만 같아. 단서가 되지는 못하는구만. 여기서 더 확인해 볼 만한 게 있을까? 나무가 패였네.
Looks like someone tried to chop it down but then gave up.
누군가 자르려고 시도했다가 포기한 것 같은데.
Can you blame them?
이해되지 않아? 이해가 왜 되죠? 아, 두꺼워서. 이건 뭐지?
Is that an envelope?
저건 봉투 아니야?
It's been opened.
열려 있어.
But the
하지만 안에
letter's still in
편지가
there.
들어있네.
Let's read it.
읽어보자.
Isn't that an invasion of someone's
아니야?
Oh,
pets?
definitely.
당연하지. Definitely. 봉투에서 느꼈다는 작은 종이가 조합은 다른 종이 있습니다. 조합을 외운 뒤에는 이 종이를 없애십시오. 당신의 사고에는 동의할 수 없습니다. 그것은 밑에서 찾을 수 없을 겁니다. 뭐라는 거지? 조합은 다른 종이 있습니다. 봐봐. 문자가 안 보이네. Tangle Tower. 사건 파일, 손상의 테이프. 뜯어본 편지. 내용이 왜 안 나오지? 들어볼까?
Don't think it's locked.
Oh, that
I'm
means
pretty sure that's the rule, yeah.
들어볼까요? 뭐지 뒷방은? 여기로 가라네. 그랜드 홀. 이건 뭐지? 어항인가?
it's a big glass
유리관이네.
tube.
물로 가득 차
filled
있어.
There are weeds in
수초가
there.
있어.
Made in
모래도.
sand.
It's an aquarium?
수족관인가?
Could be.
그럴 수도.
Except there's nothing
하지만
living
안에
in it
살아있는 건 없어.
anymore.
더 이상? 더 이상? 뭔가 있었다는 뜻인가? 너 범인이냐? FP.
A big letter
큰
F.
F자.
Of course.
당연하지.
Who doesn't hang a giant banner of their initial in
이런
the lobby of
디저트
their
로비에
mansion?
자기 가문 이름 이니셜을 크게 내걸지 않는 거 봤어? 가문의 이름? 이건 뭔데
This
그럼?
one has a big P.
That's
글씨 주목할 만해.
probably
How very P-ceptive of you.
피곤한 통찰력. 뭐없냐? 이건 뭐야? 가게인가?
What is that?
이게 뭐야?
I think it's a family tree.
자세히 봐봐. 오메. 자, 일단 사망자 이름이 이거였죠? Freya Fellow.
Freya Fellow.
The murder victim.
살인 사건 피해자지.
She's barely related to
가문
the
주요
main
인사와는
family at
인척
all.
관계가 거의 없어. 펠로우 가문. 펠릭스 펠로우, 펠링트 펠로우. 린트 펠로우, 앨릭스 펠로우. 에밀리 에버툰. 몰라. 여기서 더 볼게 뭔가 번진 흔적이 있는데.
Finally, we get to investigate a murder in a spooky mansion.
댁에서 살인 사건을 조사하는구나.
It's not that spooky, really.
너 피자국 아니야?
Don't ruin this.
조용히 망치지 마. 뭐야? 아니 뭐야? 힌트 아니야? 아니 말고.
It's not locked.
잠겨있진 않아. 그럼 이동을 해볼까요? 몸에 넓은 거 여기로 가라고요. 여기가 살해 현장인가? 누구세요?
Let's take a look at that painting
먼저 그림
first.
확인하자. 아니 누구신데요? 이분은
There it
뭔데
is.
이렇게 가만히 서 있어? 사람이 죽었는데? 바로 이거군.
The unfinished portrait of
완성되지
Flora
못한
Fellow.
플로라 펠로우의 초상화.
So, what? Freya was killed halfway through painting it.
프레야는 이 그림을 그리는 도중 살해당한 거야?
Looks that way.
그런 것 같아. 이것이 피라는 거지. 프레야는 그림을 끝내지 못했다. 작업 중 사망했기 때문이다. 펠로라는 칼을 들고 있는 것처럼 보인다. 그 끝에 있는 빨간 물질은 피인 것으로 확인되었다. 이게 미완성이라고? 그 점은 중요한 게 아닌가?
I wonder if all of Freya's paintings are this
프라이의
creepy.
그림은 모두 다 이렇게
Maybe it's
썼다고 해.
just because she never got to
그림자도
finish
끝내지
it.
않아서 그런지 볼지는
There's something
모르겠지만
wrong with the crime
이
scene.
사건 현장에 분명
And
뭔가가
something
있어.
really
그리고
weird about the
살인
murder
무기에도
weapon.
정말 이상한 점이 있어. 살인 무기? 붓이야?
We didn't find a murder weapon.
살인 무기 찾지도 못했거든? 은 기절시키는 데 사용되었다. 대상은? 이가 칼을 들고 있으면 그 끝에 묻은 것은? 숨겨진 것은? 가 살인에 사용되었다. 대상은? 물감붓은 너무 저거지 않아? 붓으로 찍어서 여기다가 바를 수는 있다고 생각해. 근데 붓으로 살해를 했다? 그거는 조금... 이거 왜 깨져 있냐 근데? 숨겨진 곳. 칼을 들고 있으며 그 끝에 묻은 건? 이거 서순이 어떻게 되는 거야? 이게 여기를 수식하는 건가? 기절시키는 데 사용됐다. 완전히 덮은 것은 살인에 사용됐다. 대상은? 숨겨진 곳. 칼에 묻은 건? 이분이 칼을 들고 있고 그 끝에 묻은 건 피다. 하지만 그 수풀을 멈췄다. 왜냐면 프레야를 찔렀기 때문이다. 그치?
Flora Fellow is holding a knife dipped with blood because it stabbed Freya. Almost. Maybe just change one thing.
근접하다고요? 본인이 아니라 초상화지.
Flora's portrait is holding a knife dipped with blood because it stabbed Freya.
예.
What?
응? What?
Weird, huh?
이상하지?
You think Freya was stabbed
그림?
by a painting? Not by the woman
그리고 여자가 아니라
from the
그림 그
painting,
자체?
but by the painting itself.
말로 다하면
Freya was
그렇지.
standing right up by the canvas when she was killed.
그 여자?
There's blood on the knife. It's the murder weapon.
Right.
그림이 죽였다.
But it's not actually a knife. It can't stab.
See any other knives around here? Case closed.
The case is not closed. And even if you were
뭐지?
right, where does that leave us? A painting can't be a murder suspect.
그치요? 일반적으로는? 탱글 타워 끝이 끝내지 못한 그림. 이거 쪼개져 있어.
Is that a gramophone?
축음기인가?
I think so. Except it's got a tape deck
턴테이블
instead of a
대신 테이프
turntable.
플레이어가 있지만
It's also got a big crack down the middle.
의미가 있어. 그치? 나팔부터 테이프 넣는 것까지 여기까지 이어져 있네.
What about the cassette tape?
카세트 테이프
Yeah, it sure is. Pink.
분홍색이라 얘도 쪼개져 있네? 어떻게 하면 이렇게 될 수가 있지? 브레야에게 손글씨로 적은 것
Do you think it still works?
작동할까?
The gramophone? We
시도해보자.
could give it a go.
음정이 깨지거나 틀어보자. 안 나올 것 같긴 한데 일단 이거를 음질이 엄청 깨지는구나.
It's piano music.
피아노 뮤직. 짧게 재생되다 멈춘다. 같은 게 반복되는구나. 이런 건 역대상하면 뭔가 나오거든요. 전혀 모르겠어. 아닌 것 같아. 빼봐. 이건 안 나올 텐데. 뭔가 소리가 나는데? 말소리? 말소리가 들려.
Weird.
이상하네.
It's someone humming a
울면
tune.
마치 흥얼거리는 소리? 이게 재생이 되네. 흥얼거리는 멜로디? 일단 역재생해봐. 이거 아닌데? 그래서 누구세요? 왜 사건 현장에 가만히 서 계시세요?
Flora fellow?
뭐지?
Hey, sorry to barge in. I'm sure you're still
아직 괴로울
in
텐데.
some distress.
We
Ah.
need to ask you a few questions, I'm afraid.
집주인분이랑 있는
Did
건가?
you witness the
근데 왜
murder,
사건
Flora?
현장에?
Nothing. What do we do?
Not sure. She's entitled to her silence, I suppose.
For now.
대답을 어떻게 뭐지? 해금? 난 일단 뭐야 첫 만남은
Flora.
오케이 내가 했던 거구나.
Hey, I'm sure you're.
We
Did
need
you witness?
nothing. What do we
Not
do?
sure. She's entitled.
순서대로 하는 건가 보네.
Is there anything you'd
우리에게
like to tell
말하고
us,
싶은 것은
Flora?
없습니까, 플로라?
I don't really know anything about you at all.
I think that's the way she likes it.
아무것도 모르고
We'll
하는
just
거야?
have to ask other people about her.
Yeah, okay.
아니 수사에 방해가 되는데 그러면은
Freya was painting your portrait yesterday. Is that right?
아니 뭐 긍정
Was this
부정
something you
정도는
had planned with her ahead of time?
계획했던
Was there
거였나요?
something special about
특별한
yesterday?
뭔가가 있었나요?
Did you talk to Freya at all while she was
대화했나요?
painting you?
She's not going to answer us, is she?
아무
Nope.
반응이 없네.
But at least we can say we tried.
기도는 했죠.
Flora,
진술이요.
you were definitely in the room at the time of the murder. Surely you must have seen something?
당신 뭔가 본 게 있죠.
Can you tell me anything about what happened to Freya?
뭐라도 얘기해 주실 수 있으십니까?
She's acting pretty suspicious if you ask me.
I don't know. Maybe she really doesn't know anything.
How is that possible?
일단 집어넣고 시작하시죠. 수상한데. 해금이 안 되는데 뭐 어떻게 하면 될까요?
Anything we should know? Any hobbies besides staring out the window?
말이 없네요.
Were you close with
당신
Freya?
프레야와 친했습니까?
How are you two related?
뭔가 슬픈 얼굴이었던 것 같은데? 아닌가? 이 얼굴대로인가?
Did you kill Freya?
Grimoire!
What? I don't even think she's listening.
Oh,
뭔가
she's
변했는데?
listening.
이거에
Did you
대해
ask Freya
말씀할
to
수
paint this?
있으십니까?
Or was it her idea?
What is that you're holding in the painting, Flora?
프로라?
Some people have been saying it's a knife.
아닙니까? 맞습니까? 뭐 질문을 다 해보는 게 좋으려나? 몰라요? 이것도 몰라요? 편지 또 몰라요? 테이프 몰라요? 금이간 테이프 이것도 아니에요?
Is this your
이
gramophone?
충격은 당신 건가요?
Do you know why it's
왜 금이
cracked?
갔는지 아십니까? 소통해요. 제발 소통 좀 해요. 팔렛.
Supposedly, Freya was working on the painting when she was killed.
그치요?
Looks like she was still holding her paintbrush and palette when she fell.
같네.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
옷을 닦을 시간도 없었던 거다. 그럼 피는 누가 묻혔어? 손으로 묻힌 거야? 물감색은 빨간 물감이 묻은 채 말라 있다. 빨간색을 사용할 계획이 있었던 것 같은데 그러면 오른쪽 어깨 쪽을 찌른 건가? 이건 뭐지 그리고?
Is that an egg?
알?
An egg
세
with bird
발이
feet.
붙어 있네.
It's also covered in
원석들이 박혀 있어.
gemstones. What a completely ordinary.
자세히 볼까?
I think it's a
Oh.
container for something.
나
Those
이해했어.
gems look like they come off.
이거 선 이어주면 되겠지? 여기에다가 이걸로 해주고. 근데 이 크기는 상관없는 건가? 이 선 크기 같은 거는 그냥 맞춰주기만 하면 되나? 그러면은 보겠습니다. 그 다음에 얘랑 얘를 바꿔주면은, 그리고 얘가 아닌데? 이렇게 하고, 일단 보석은 맞췄는데 아래 뒷면.
It's some kind of clue about where to put the gemstone.
거울 반전인가? 안 닮았는데? 뭐 선 연결만 저거 하면 되는 건가? 그냥 이거 따라 하면 돼. 일단 선에 맞춰서 여기 표시된 대로 해보자. 이거 맞냐? 이거에 짧은 쪽에 네모, 긴 쪽에 이거였나? 그치? 그 다음에 이거 곡선으로 휘어진 거에 짧은 쪽이 보라 삼각, 긴 쪽이 파란색 이거고, 그 다음 얇고 짧은 선, 짧은 쪽에 삼각 이거 있죠? 긴 쪽에 뭐였지? 네모, 마름모 노랑. 그 다음에 굵은 거, 짧은 쪽에 파랑, 긴 쪽에 빨강. 파랑, 긴 쪽에 빨강 이거고, 그 다음에 얇은 것들에 네모 모양 중에 짧은 게 마름모, 긴 게 별. 잠깐만, 이게 여기 있어? 얘가 일로 가야지. 그 다음에 네모서 짧은 게 이거고, 긴 게 이거, 그리고 나머지가 이거지. 짧은 쪽이 분홍, 긴 쪽 육각이 둘 다 들어가 있는데 뭐라? 여기를 잘못 넣은 것 같은데? 아닌데? 제대로 넣었는데? 여기가 아니라 이거, 요거, 제대로 넣었는데? 그 다음에 휘어진 거 보라 삼각인데 얘가 왜 여기 들어있을까? 얘가 여기 들어가. 이거죠? 다 맞춘 거 같은. 하나씩 확인해보자. 짧은 쪽에 파랑, 긴 쪽에 빨강, 그리고 이게 짧은 쪽이 보라, 긴 쪽이 노랑, 그 다음에 네모, 짧은 게 초록, 긴 게 노랑. 그치? 이거는 요거끼리 만나는 거 맞고, 그 다음에 긴 쪽에 초록, 짧은 쪽에 빨강 맞고, 긴 쪽에 파랑 맞는데? 돌려봐.
Reset the puzzle.
열어.
I got it.
됐다.
I'm impressed.
굉장한데 뭐가
Did it
나올까요?
unlock? What's in there?
뭐가 나올까?
Nothing.
반응이 없어?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Well, I'm not leaving without a clue.
단서를 보지
And
못할 수
empty
없어.
eggs a clue, right?
이날도 단서가 됐어. 열리긴 했는데 아무것도 없었던 거구나. 벨벳 같은 소재로 되어 있다. 황동으로 된 스탠드 위에 올려져 있다. 이게 스탠드야? 황동으로? 발톱이 난 이상한 발 3개가 있다. 그렇군요. 그 다음에 또 단서 이거 뭐야?
That's the only door in and out of the room.
문이 부서진 거야?
It's also on the floor.
Sure
아니야?
is. Guessing it's not supposed to be down there.
바닥에 달린 게 맞는 거야? 물감을 볼까요?
Freya's painting
프레야의
supplies.
미술용품. 물감들이 한쪽으로 금이가 있다. 위치는 일정한가? 그건 또 모르겠네. 맞는 것 같기도 하고. 화분?
A little pot plant.
창틀이
Balanced.
굴러잡고
It's the
있다.
only plant in the entire room.
유일한 식물. 이 위에 눈은 뭐지?
We're at the top of the tower, right?
탑의 꼭대기 있는 거지?
I think so.
그런데
Why?
왜?
Doesn't matter. It's nothing.
말을 해 임마 자식아. 그 다음에 더 볼 거. 이거?
Freya's painting supplies.
이거는 봤던 거죠? 미술용품은 그냥 합쳐버리네. 책.
A bunch of old books. Covered in dust now, but they look well read.
단서가 되진 못할 것 같아. 이걸 좀 더
We
살펴볼까?
already solved it.
끝이야?
The whole room
Yeah,
is
there might be a
그럴
reason for
이유가
that.
있겠지. 이건 뭐지? 아니,
half the room is a big open window.
I don't know if you can call it an open
개방형
window.
창.
It's more like the sudden absence of wall.
갑작스러운 벽의 부재? 갑작스럽다기엔 너무 이쁘고 깔끔하게 뚫려 있는데? 이거 단시간 안에 뚫렸다기에는 아닌 것 같은데? 부득이한 벽의 부재라고 했나?
Half the room
I
is
don't know the sudden absence.
이동을 할까? 얻을 수 있는 건 없는 것 같아. 아닌가? 기다려봐. 저 대답할 마음이 드셨어요? 안 드셨나 보네. 속이 비날. 좀 더 말을 해봐요. 몰라요.
Flora, this is your egg?
당신
Why do you
알입니까?
keep it locked?
왜 잠깐 두죠?
Is there supposed to be
얘는
something
뭔가
in
있어야
there?
하나요?
or
아니면
is it
항상
always
비어있나요?
empty?
긍정입니까? 부정입니까? 아이고 세상에 도움이 안 돼요 정말로. 목격자 아니에요? 이건 뭔
The whole
문양이지?
room is a strange
Yeah,
smell.
there might be a reason.
아닌가 보네. 이동하자. 여긴 뭐지? 석조광장. 누구세요?
Whoa, nice cape.
You're not fellows or
오,
pointers.
말하신다.
I'm sure I shall immediately regret asking. But who are you, and what is your business here?
로고 좀 띄워주실래요? 뭐라 했지? 뭐 프레야 포인터 뭐시겠던 것 같은데? 물어보자마자 후회하겠지만 당신들은 누구고 대체 무슨 목적으로 얘기했죠?
I'm Sally, and this is my sidekick Grimoire.
A private detective, Grimoire.
Really?
그리모.
You're a detective. If this is a joke, it's not a good one.
Who are you anyway?
완료.
Private Detective Hawkshaw.
오 사살
Ah,
3점.
nice. Hawkshaw's a cooler name than Grimoire. Maybe
거짓말이겠지?
I'll become her sidekick.
You're not on the Freya fellow case, too, are you?
That is classified information between myself and my client.
말한 거나 마찬가지잖아.
Clearly, this is something which eludes you. But a real detective refrains from
진짜
handing out
탐정이라면 모르는
information
사람에게
to
정보를 주지
persons
않습니다.
unknown.
Oh, right.
Now, if you would, I have work to do. It's not in my interest to discuss personal details.
Even if
Ah,
you're one of the
그래요?
suspects in a murder?
Very well. Let us make a small exception. Ask.
Oh, what are you doing here?
I'm on a case at the behest of my client.
How long have you been at Tangle Tower?
탱글참.
133 hours.
오.
5.5 days.
Who
오.
are you working for?
I am not at liberty to
그건 안
answer that.
되지.
Now, I shall permit you one more question.
What crime are you...
How'd you get that scar? It's cool.
에?
You really think so? As it happens, I completed an examination of Flora's
플로라의
room on the
방조사를
morning
마친
before the murder.
참이었습니다.
I've been investigating every single room at
모든 방을
Tangle
통해
Tower.
플로라의 방은
Hers was one of the
마지막에
last on
있었고.
my list.
Did you find anything unusual?
Nothing but a thin layer of dust and an atmosphere of somber melancholy.
Was Flora in there at the time?
She spent the duration of my search staring up at the sky,
하늘을 바라보고
out the open
있었습니다.
window. Didn't say a word. Although I'm told this is the expected behavior.
예상되는
What did you
거?
do after that?
I spent the early evening searching the library. It took longer than it should have. Fiona leaves that room in a
혼란한
permanent
상태로?
state of disarray.
Fiona was in the library too.
I expected her to make an appearance, but she did not.
And you stayed in the library the rest of the day?
Not quite.
진술.
Towards the early evening, my examination of the library was unexpectedly disrupted. Sounds of running,
달린 소리,
wailing,
소리,
shouting from
고함이
several
위에서
floors
나더니.
above. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor
포인트를
Pointer
배웠어요.
appeared. He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. Our
Fellow.
eyes met. He was breathless. Something had caused him great alarm. He told me to stay out of the way. I
네.
consented. I decided to return to my office in the stone square. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind
이건
me.
뭐요?
She was clutching the banister of the Pointer
대단히 남자가
staircase with an
불안한-
apprehensive manner. She wished to know where Professor Pointer had gone. I told her what had transpired. Then, she too crossed the hall and disappeared up the fellow staircase.
네.
More so than at any moment prior, I felt like quite an intruder in the house. I took my leave, out towards the stone square.
예.
The grounds were silent. There were no signs of
생명이죠.
human life. Even the greenhouse was without its typical inhabitant.
원래
I noted
누군가
that he,
있었구나.
too, must be entangled in whatever was transpiring in Fellow Tower. An unremarkable hour passed before the
정원사?
gardener finally made his appearance. He spoke to me of what had occurred. His report was as clumsy and cumbersome as the man giving it.
Did he seem upset?
He was rattled, that much was clear, but sorrowful, mournful, I cannot say.
담담하게 전달을 했다. 이 말이겠군요.
314 cases solved.
예.
314?
Freya Fellow is of great
굉장히
interest to me.
흥미로운 사람입니다.
I perceived her to be the most intelligent individual here at
현명한
Tangle
사람이
Tower.
알고 있다.
Within a day, she had identified for whom I was working and for
오호.
what I was searching. I didn't know how she did it. I was impressed. I regret that I did not question her more thoroughly when I had the opportunity.
You couldn't have known she was about to be killed, though.
I have only myself to blame for failing to perceive the signs.
What signs?
I do not wish to do your job for you, Detective. Quite the stoic statue, isn't she? I can only dream of being as cold and indifferent as Flora Fellow.
You think she's hiding something?
Perhaps. She has some strange habits. I heard she
습관?
barely sleeps, an hour here or there, sporadically. Spends the rest of her time staring up at the sky.
와 이거 하나하나 다 질문해봐야 되는 게 너무 귀찮다.
Tangle Tower.
탱글 타워.
No idea why they insist on calling it that. It's not even a tower. It's little more than a pair of turrets stuck on either side of a mansion.
Have you
반대쪽 탑?
searched the whole place?
I believe so. Why?
He wants to know if you found any secret rooms.
비밀의 방.
I'm afraid the residents of Tangle Tower are far too ordinary for anything like that. I was
평범한
disappointed too.
이거에 대해서
You
어떻게
got it
생각하시죠?
open. I'm impressed. I managed it myself yesterday. I thought Flora might be hiding something in there.
It was empty yesterday, too.
It was. Perhaps it's always been empty. Makes quite an impression, doesn't it? Although I can't imagine why she painted Flora wielding a knife.
You didn't see a knife anywhere in Flora's room, did you?
I did not. I conclude whatever stabbed Freya must have been brought into the room from outside. Unless, of course, it was the painting itself.
Surely you don't believe in that kind of thing.
A detective's job is to examine every avenue of thinking.
그렇군요. 사건 파일을 제시를 하면 네가 스포를 할 것 같은데 일단 제시를
You
해볼까?
truly consider this a case file?
What's wrong with it?
No organization, no system.
That's my style. I like seeing everything laid out at once. Yeah, it helps me think.
How quaint. A somewhat cumbersome device, and an altogether inefficient way to listen to music.
What kind of music do you like, Hawkshaw?
I like anything.
What a cop-out.
글쎄요. 모르겠어요. 이 점에 조사해볼 만한 거
Is that a clock?
시계?
If it is, it's a clock with four
사방면
faces.
시계면 봐도 돼요?
I'm guessing it doesn't tell the time.
So what does it do?
금고인가? 4개 바늘이 모두 올바른 위치에 가도록 해. 올바른 위치. 올바른 위치를 할까? 같은 방향을 바라보게 하라는 건가? 아, 각도는 90도 기준이구나. 이런 식으로. 난 지성을 포기하고 방향이 반대구만. 이것은 양쪽 거를 반시계 방향으로 돌리고, 반시계? 아니 시계 방향. 어쨌든 반대 방향으로. 완전히 흩어졌군. 이것도 뭐 똑같은 방식이고, 사실 다 똑같은 것 같긴 한데. 일단 한쪽이라도 똑바로 맞추는 게 낫겠지. 방향이 다르네. 아, 똑같은데. 아하, 똑같긴 하네. 올바른 위치. 올바른 위치를 할게. 같은 방향을 봐야 되는 거야? 오늘 한 방향을 시계마다 다른 게 있는 걸까? 이미 풀었어 근데?
Nope.
안 통해?
So moving any of the hands is like cogs on a
그건
machine.
알아요. 근데 그걸 어디다 놔야 되냐 이 말이지. 어? 뭐야 뭐가 있네? 무슨 삼각형 모양이 있고, 이거는 약간 튀어나온 뭔가 삼각형이 있고, 얘는 그냥 동그랗고 얘는 뭔가 가려져 있어. 조금 연관이 있을까? 어차피 어느 쪽에 갖다 놔도 문양은 똑같은데 말이지. 그냥 한쪽으로 맞추기만 하면 되려나? 이걸 같은 방향으로 놔두긴 했는데 말이죠. 톱니바퀴 위치랑도 상관이 있나? 뚫린 게 2개, 막힌 게 1개, 막힌 게 2개, 뚫린 게 1개, 막힌 거 2개, 뚫린 거 2개. 여긴 또 똑같은데? 상관없나?
I guess that's
Did you
wrong.
work out what direction each hand needs to be facing? Each one ends with a little hoop.
둥근 고리가 있어. 그쵸? 이거 말하는 거죠? 이게 어느 방향을 봐야 하냐? 네. 정미인가? 문양은 다 똑같은데 말이지. 어느 방향을 봐야 될까? 다시 힌트 좀
Nothing.
It's
주실래요?
just 3 on the right, 6. You only need 90-degree angles. That should make it easier to work out.
뭐라고요? 패턴이 달라져서 그냥 넘겨버린 것 같은데. 여자는 뭐라 했더냐? 똑바로 안 봤는데. 다시 말해줄래?
Nothing.
It's just numbers 3 on the right, 6 on the bottom, 9 on the left, and 12 on the top.
오른쪽은 3, 맨위치는 6, 왼쪽은 9, 맨위는 12. 예,
You only need 90-degree
모두
angles.
90도니까
That
크게
should make it
치울
easier to
거야.
work out.
시계 12. 아, 얘는 12처럼 생기긴 했네. 좁아도 12. 얘는 9고. 넌 몇이냐? 3이야? 아니, 이게 척 보면은 숫자가 보인단 말이지. 한 바퀴씩 돌려보면서 숫자가 보이는 거. 아하, 여기 있다. 3. 그럼 이쪽으로 가서 9겠지? 아닌데? 얘가 9고 얘가 6이야? 맞네. 아하, 이런 거였구나. 그러면은 알맞게 돌려봐야 되겠네요. 그다음에 열에 돌리고 6. 이렇게 하고 아니야. 여기로 돌리고 아, 얘도 돌려? 여기까지 돌려? 반대로 돌리면 안 맞는지? 한쪽을 청산하고 하는 게 제일 낫긴 한데 이런 식으로 말이지. 하지만 이러면 안 되니까 방향을 다시 맞춰봐야겠지. 이러면 얘가 안 맞는데 딱 90도가 안 맞네. 그래. 방법을 생각을 해야 돼. 그리고 얘랑 얘는 맞는데 얘가 안 맞지. 그럼 얘가 안 맞고 12 6 12 반대로 이걸 여기다 두면 안 되는데. 내가 몇이었지? 6이었나? 얘가 180도가 안 맞네. 됐다.
No, that was it.
Nice work.
오래도 걸렸네.
What's in the box?
A little tool thing?
망원경?
But I'm not actually sure what it is.
뭐라 적혀 있는 거지?
There's a metal plaque on the bench.
명판.
Is there a message engraved on it?
메시지?
I think there was at one point,
지워졌나?
but someone scratched it
아,
off.
긁어냈다. 여기는 목이 잘려있네.
It's a sea serpent,
바다뱀.
turned into stone by a
마우스로
wizard,
돌로 만들었지.
If you say so. What happened to its head?
펫.
beheaded
으흠.
by the same wizard.
같은 마법사의 손에? 조각가가 만들고서 또 다른 조각가가 그거를 부쉈다는 건가? 버섯이
You ever
있네.
see a mushroom that big before?
Not in real life.
다른 곳을
A
조사하고
wooden trunk.
I want one.
다른 곳을 뭐야 여기도 있네? 여긴 어디요? 정원사의 방인가? 온실.
This one's in a little pot.
빈다는 배.
Okay, that is definitely not edible.
It looks like a gemstone. Don't you
원석?
think?
화분의 열매. 알이랑 연관이 있나? 누구세요? 언제부터 여기 있었어?
Sally, don't move. We're being watched.
Yeah, I see him.
누구시죠?
He's a little too big to hide in the bushes.
정원사인가? 말을 안 하네? 말하는 사람 아니었어?
Is anyone going to say anything? Or shall we just stand around staring at each other?
Right, sorry.
Sorry.
That's better. I'm Sally. And the guy hiding behind me is Detective Grimoire. Who are you?
Fitzfellow,
Fitzfellow.
the gardener.
오?
Mm-hmm. And why are you so tall?
원래
I
되게
don't
대답해야
know.
되겠까? 이 사람도 펠로우가 하는 사람이야?
You work here as the gardener.
I don't get paid to do it.
좋아서 하는
It's just
일인가?
my area of interest.
What's the deal with the plants? They're all kinda weird.
Right. Did you see the lake?
That
호수?
giant green and purple lake surrounding the entire house? Yeah, I clocked it.
The color is just a
부산물?
byproduct.
뭐해?
What? Poison?
It's not poisonous. Not to you.
What's this got to do with the plants?
The water controls all life, just like anywhere else on the planet.
말하고 싶은
Clouds
거죠?
form, rain falls. The water grows the plants, animals eat the plants. Anything you've perceived as an irregularity is simply a result of this hydrological cycle.
예.
Could you say that again, but like condense it as if you were talking to a slightly stupid person?
Our lake water causes the unpredictable alteration of DNA. Sometimes.
Alteration? Like mutation?
That'd be
식물한테?
the official term. For us, it's normal. Just nature.
And you're the local expert on all this stuff?
연구원이신가?
No. I'm just the gardener.
뭔가 정체가 수상하군.
I was in my greenhouse, watering and weeding.
Sounds exciting.
Was anyone else around?
Not at first. Penelope came in a little later. She likes looking at the flowers, I think.
Did you speak to each other?
A little, not too much. We both left the greenhouse in the early afternoon. I went up to my room. Then I came back outside to weed the main gardens. Didn't see anyone else. After that, I went up to the garden outside my room.
And
Let me guess. Watering and weeding.
Right.
did anything happen to you yesterday, Fitz?
아무리 줬었습니까? 말을 내 임마.
I was up in the rooftop garden. It was quiet.
정원.
And then, it wasn't. I can't describe it. Could have been a scream, but it didn't sound
인간의
human.
것이 아니었다.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
We.
Poppy was with me.
Poppy?
Did I not mention that? Flora's room was locked. That's normal. She usually locks it from the inside. I knocked on the door and shouted. Nobody responded. We became concerned.
그래서
You
부쉈나요?
kicked the door down?
I did. Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back. Flora was there too, but I barely noticed her at first. Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Fifi?
Penelope arrived shortly after that,
Penelope,
with Felix in tow. I thought that was odd. You don't normally see the two of them together. Felix took charge. There was nothing else I could do to help. I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything. I found her pacing back and forth around the stone square. When I approached her, she snapped at me. I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
그렇군요. 관계에
She was
대해서
always kind to me. She'd come into the greenhouse when I was working, sometimes by herself, sometimes with Poppy. I think they were just bored at first. Eventually, they started asking questions.
About what?
Poppy wanted to learn about flowers. Freya, she used to ask me about the insects.
곤충에
Insects.
One of my jobs is to protect plants from things that might eat them. Freya brought me this little glass box, leaves and twigs inside. She'd say, put all the troublemakers in there. Every day I'd put a handful of beetles and other things in the box. Then she'd come along and take it away. I didn't really understand her,
파피가?
but she was always kind.
아니 프레야가? 프레야겠지.
I like Flora. I hope she's all right.
Do you think she had anything to do with the murder?
There's no way. She wouldn't willingly cause any additional suffering for anyone. She questioned me,
About what?
my work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she didn't.
You sure? Maybe she did it when you weren't in there.
No, she hasn't touched it.
How can you tell?
Trust me. I can tell.
뭐지?
Have you met this guy, Fitz? Shifty eyes, doesn't say a lot. Totally suspicious, if you ask me.
That's me.
Yeah, that's. It was a joke. I was joking.
Oh, I see. This is a good example of how things work. I mix that soil here in the greenhouse. It's made with water from the lake.
And it makes the fruit
그런
grow all shiny and gem-stony.
Sometimes. You never really know what's going to happen.
And what do you do with this shiny and edible fruit?
You look at it.
저도 단서가 될 만한 것들은 없는데.
Fitz's room is unlocked. It's up in the
방?
fellow tower.
This
알겠어.
could be interesting.
나중에 가져보자. 이건 뭐다냐?
A little chart of.
도표?
Actually, I have no idea what it's
봐봐.
about.
아. X. 하이. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 알파, 베타. 감마. 시그마? 이게 시그마? 하이. 무슨 생각을
What do you
적었어?
make of it?
Not a whole lot.
딱정벌레?
That's a handsome beetle. Looks like he might have magic
마법의
powers.
힘. 너도 물 마셨니? 단서가 될 만한 것들이라 화분?
Tools. Used by a gardener for gardening.
네. 그거 볼거 있는 거 같네. 딴 데로 가보자. 밑에 방. 피트 방.
An empty glass and an empty plate.
빈티지.
Looking at it is making me want.
Why?
I don't know.
에,
Hello.
Not hidden very well, is it?
열쇠가
Doesn't need to be. It's locked. It's a combination lock,
결합 자물쇠.
sort of.
종이 조각을 정렬해가지고 상자의 자물쇠 조합을. 이게 일치한다고 보기에는 돌릴 수가 있니? 이걸 여기다 맞출 수 있을 것 같아. 아하, 일로 갖고 와봐. 그리고 이쪽에다가 하면은 뭔가 한 문양이 되죠? 근데 이거 색깔을 뭐라고 해야 될까? 여기에는 저게 없네. 여기에도 이 문양이 이 문양이다. 그리고 이제 다르게 순서를 다르게 조합하면은 또 새로운 게 나오겠죠? 이런 식으로. 이쪽으로 한 다음에 여긴가? 아래 화살표네. 그 화살표가 이 화살표인가? 요 화살표인가? 좀 둥근데? 이게 좀 더 알맞을 것 같은데? 그리고 이건 봤었고 이쪽에다가 붙여주면 안 될 것 같고 그 다음에 이것 이렇게 하면은 이거? 아니야 좀 더 뾰족한데? 요거 같은데? 그리고 이거 아니고 이거 아니고 이건 해봤고 위로는 조합을 못할 것 같은데 어떤 방식으로 조합을 하면 될까? 문양이 안 맞아. 이렇게 하면은 맞지? 아래 화살표인데 이거 건드는 게 아니라 얘를 건드려서 했어야 했는데 여기도 없어. 이거 조합했던 거구나. 이거구나. 다른 방식으로 조합을 해야 돼. 이건가? 이건 거 같은데? 요거다. 뭐지 이거? 요건가? 이거다.
There we go.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Anything in there?
Yeah, it's wrapped in a cloth. Hold on. Huh. That's kind of ominous.
모종삽? 장식된 모종삽? P 비하트 FF 페널로페? 퍼피? 피치 풀네임이 뭐였지? 피츠펠로우 가게 좀 내려가서 봐야 되는데. 너네 무슨 사이야?
That poor
식물.
plant.
Looks pretty healthy to me.
Healthy, but sad. I think it would rather be outside.
It's a little handmade
소재
card.
카드.
Someone's drawn a heart. Inside it says,
피츠에게
Defits
PP가.
from PP. There's someone outside the window.
이거 사람이야?
Something outside the window. It's probably just a rock.
You sure?
이건 뭐지?
It's locked, but it leads outside.
I
들어온
thought we
문은
were
아닌
halfway
건가?
up a tower.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
당겨. 슬롯에 올바른 타일을 넣으라고? 됐니?
Nothing.
The tiles have all got that.
Those moon symbols in the slots.
Maybe they're connected, but also.
태양. 생기가 살짝씩 다른데 아닌가? 아닌데, 살짝씩 다른데? 하지만 얜 생긴 게 똑같은 걸? 이거랑 연관이 없을 것 같은데. 척 봐도 그냥 태양이고 이건 달인데 이 위치에다가 넣으면 안 되고. 모르겠는걸.
Nope.
Maybe the information we need
So
is
where is it?
somewhere else. Let's come back once we know what.
다른 곳에서 단서를 얻을 수 있다?
Oh, wow.
What?
It's a big empty space. It's locked.
I thought
we
what's
are.
that thing by the handle? We already solved it.
이거는 단서가 될 수 없어. 파피한테 가보면 뭔가 단서가 나올 수 있을까?
It's locked.
I thought
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
그냥 사실 무대뽀를 계속 풀면 답을 줄 것 같긴 한데 근데 진짜 이것만으로는 전혀 모르겠어.
Nothing.
The tiles.
Those moons.
Maybe they're connected.
Nope.
Maybe
So where is it?
somewhere else.
Ah,
You know.
what? The whole thing?
Yeah. The duality of the sun and moon, you know.
태양과 달의
If
이중성?
you say so. Ah,
No.
What?
Yeah. The duality of the sun and moon, you know.
if you say so.
모르겠어.
Let's come back once we.
다른 곳 가야지. 갈 수 있는 곳은 왼쪽으로 가볼까요? 작업장. 아까 그 할아버지?
Sir?
썰?
Can you hear me? I'm Private Detective Grimoire. I have some questions for you.
Grimoire. Good
Grimoire.
mysterious name. I'd rather like it.
What
Felix
do you say?
Fellow at your
Felix
beck and
Fellow.
call.
And,
피치펠로
this is my
아버지였나?
colleague, Sally.
No, that's a perfectly good name as well.
Thanks.
If you would, Mr. Fellow, we really need to ask you about the murder.
Well, I must say I'm rather jealous of you two.
Oh, yeah?
안 듣는구나.
Why's that?
Out here solving mysteries, exploring new places, uncovering secret rooms, hidden treasures. That's what life is all about.
뭐라는
Secret
걸까?
rooms?
Gently speaking, you know, that sort of thing.
So, Felix, what exactly do you do?
Is it not obvious? I'm an explorer. Explorer/treasure hunter. Yes, well, best in the world.
We're talking like curse statues, spike pits.
It's a little more sophisticated than that. But I've certainly seen my share of danger, if that's what you're asking.
And, if I may ask, when did you retire?
You listen here. I may be between ventures right now, but it's simply not in my nature to stay in one place for too long. I go wherever the winds of destiny take me.
Don't you live here with your wife and daughter?
Yes, well, the Fellow family has certain loyalties, and with Flora the way she is,
Nothing wrong with raising a family, Mr. Fellow.
don't misunderstand me. Fiona and Flora are my entire world. They are the greatest treasure of all.
Uh-huh.
아, 관계성이 어떻게 되세요?
You're the one currently basking in his presence. You tell me.
Let's move on.
그래.
Why on earth would you want to know about that?
The murder of Freya Fellow. The reason we're here?
Ah, right. Nasty business. Very unfortunate.
담담하구만.
I regret that I can't be of any help, but I wish you all the best in your investigation.
Hear that,
싸운
Grimoire? We're done here. Let's go.
It's a simple question, Felix. I'm sure you're up to it.
Well, there's not much to tell. Mostly, I was in my room by myself, working on on a project.
Your room is quite close to Flora's tower. You didn't hear anything unusual?
What qualifies as unusual?
What have you got?
뭘 들었죠? 말을 해!
It was dusk.
사후무렵.
A feeling lingered in the air. Malevolent, perhaps. Uncertain, as life itself.
Abridged version, please.
Right, fine. I heard someone heading down the stairs,
계단.
just outside my room. The footsteps were calm, orderly, so I thought nothing of it. Shortly afterward, I heard a second set of footsteps, going the same way. This time I could tell just from the sound that something was wrong. So I looked out into the hallway. I
누구였나요?
got a glimpse of Poppy disappearing down the staircase to the floor below. Didn't know what to make of it, to be honest. I thought perhaps she'd had a disagreement with Fitz, as I know those two are close. So I looked into his room, just in case, but it was empty, as was the garden beyond his window. Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her. We went into Flora's room. Poor Freya was laying on the floor. Fiona, Poppy, Fitz, and Pointer were there already. Flora, too, of course. Soon enough, everyone else made their excuses and left.
Including you?
Not I. I stayed. Flora needed me. Dearest Flora, a remarkable woman. Yes, been married over 20 years now.
You two still get on?
Of course. What a question.
She hasn't gone quiet on you.
It's true she has an independent streak. She's had it her whole life. She's the youngest of three. Always something of a lone wolf, you know? Just the way she is.
lone wolf is putting it lightly. She doesn't seem to want to talk to anyone.
She just likes time to herself, away from the company of other humans.
Other humans?
Well, yes, other people, you know.
She-Man?
Uncommonly skilled as an artist, but Freya was so much more than her talent. She helped me get started with my own painting, you know. It taught me what she knew about wood carving, too. Tremendous patience. She was ever so good with dear Flora.
Freya and Flora were close?
Oh, yes, especially recently.
How are you related to Freya?
Somewhat distantly, as it happens. My father, Lord Fellow, was her grandfather.
Fellow.
Technically, that makes her a fellow. Let's just say there was some discussion over whether she ought to carry the name at all. There's a family tree in the Grand Hall. You should take a look at it.
What about her inheritance?
Freya's parents died when she was around 3 years old. She came to live here shortly afterwards.
Nobody left her a thing?
I'm afraid not. She had no formal claim over anything at Tangle Tower.
그렇군요. 갑자기 자네.
A little hand-painted statue.
How can you tell it's hand-painted?
Well, the paints are right there. Also, I mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
잠깐. 위에도 있긴 했었어. 프레야가 준 건가?
Puffer?
Yes, it's also a lamp, for some reason. Nice.
자,
A real-
How do you know there's treasure in there?
Why else would it be locked?
잠겨있군.
Plus, there's a treasure map.
용
What's the deal?
Not
with it?
sure. We should check that treasure map too.
보물지도라. F7. 용이 물가에 있고 보물섬에 무슨 섬인가 산 가운데 야자수랑 그 위에 새 2마리. 이거 뭐 표시가 아니라 적은 것 같은데? 아, 이 그림의 위치가 어디냐? 섬이 있고 왼쪽엔 용, 오른쪽엔 산, 정면에는 새와 나무가 있다. 대각선으로도 볼 수 있는 건가? 그러면 위치가 가장 근접한 거는 이쪽이긴 한데 일단 이건 안 보였으니까 어느 쪽에서 어느 방향으로 어느 위치에서 어느 방향으로 보고 있느냐가 저거겠지? 일단 섬에서 보고 있는 것 같은데? 그러면은 일단 기준점은 이쪽이겠지? 그 다음에 어느 방향에서 보고 있냐 가로가 될 수도 있지요. 이쪽 방향으로가 이쪽 방향으로 보던가. 여기가 그럴듯하긴 한데 용이 좀 더 가깝고 산이 멀고 이게 나무가 뭔지 새가 뭔지는 잘 모르겠는데 하지만 어쨌든 그럴듯해. 그 다음에 이쪽으로 보면 새가 없고 이쪽은 산이 왼쪽에 있으니까 안되고 이쪽도 안되고 얘도 아니고 얘는 어느 방향에서도 아니고 일단 얘도 아니고 일단 얘는 탈락 얘도 탈락 아닌가? 잠깐만 아니 탈락 맞아 새가 없어 안되고 그 다음에 얘 이쪽 방향의 후보가 될 수도 있고 왼쪽 방향 W 방향 그 다음에 이것 얘도 안될 것 같아. 얘가 제일 그럴듯한데 H6W 방있는 W 그 다음에 H 어딨니? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, 6
That's done it.
Yeah.
Neat. What was in the box?
More wooden
나무
models.
조각상들
These are a little different to the one on the desk.
가족? 초록 머리를 한 아이의 형상, 회색 머리를 한 여자의 형상, 빨갛고 하얀 새의 형상. 새? 질문이 있습니다. 이게 뭔가요?
Ah, you found it. What do you think, huh? I had to rush the final touches a little bit.
가족
It turned
조각
out
맞죠?
all right, though.
What's it supposed to be?
It's Flora, of course, surrounded by all her favorite people.
가족이라기보다는 그냥
Shelf junk.
일부의 작품이네.
It's a barometer,
귀엽게.
but it's broken.
I've never seen a barometer that wasn't broken.
이건 뭐냐?
More maps.
지도?
No, they're just blank.
인종?
Oh,
이건 뭐야?
a map with a dotted line.
That's a very boring way to describe a treasure map.
램프. 얘네 뭐
The
없을라나?
entire room is made of wood.
Oh, it's not just made of wood. I think it's the actual hull of a ship.
배의 손체.
What is it?
He's an imp.
임프.
What does he do?
Well, if you tell too many lies, he appears.
Oh,
가볼 건 없는 것 같은데. 다른 곳으로 가볼까? 이 위쪽. 반대편 탑. 이쪽에서 뭔가 보이지 않았을까? 창문도 없는데. 여기 계시는군요.
Shh, listen. Do you hear them? The stars. They're whispering. So quiet and yet so loud.
What are they whispering about? Are they spreading rumors about us?
I shouldn't think they concern themselves with such insignificance. We are but specks of dust, you and I.
mm-hmm. Could this speck of dust start by telling me his name?
You find yourself standing in the astronomy tower of one Professor Percival Pointer.
페스티벌 포인터.
Seems like this
뭐
tower
뭐라고?
belongs to the
포인터.
pointers, and the other one belongs to the fellows.
Well observed, my dear. Tangle Tower is something of a duality as it happens. Meaningless boundaries, really. They exist only in our minds.
Helpful.
Me? Not much to say. Strictly speaking, I'm the current head of the Pointer family. And of course, father to my precious Poppy.
파피.
And a professional astronomer?
Oh no, that's just a little hobby. I mean, yes, I've studied the stars for over 35 years, published 17 books.
Just a little hobby.
Sounds like you're quite well known. You must bring in a good amount of money.
Oh dear me, no. My field of research has never yielded any kind of stable financial return, nor would I expect it to. I am nothing but a humble interpreter for the cosmos, working to translate its message so that I may share it with the world.
Cool. Tell the cosmos I say
사자신가?
hi.
The
어제
day
뭐
began
하셨나요?
as any other, with blissful, unremarkable routine. I took my usual morning walk around the gardens. Fresh air does wonders for the mind.
Did you see anyone else?
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse together. I didn't bother them, of course. I sat for a while besides the pond in the garden. It's a favorite spot of mine. Eventually, I returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear, naturally.
For how long?
I can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
Did you see anything?
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy tower. Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to Freya.
알리바이가
Quite.
없긴 해.
Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a curious tug of fate led me towards the fellow tower later that evening. I was at my telescope for the majority of the evening, but at one point I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it. I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall. I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library. She looked impatient and slightly frustrated.
Same as ever then?
quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to Fiona's room. The door was locked, but I could hear shouting coming from inside. I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter. I had no desire to invade their privacy by eavesdropping, so I waited for them to finish and come out into the hall. Before I could ask about the book, Poppy grabbed my hand and took me upstairs along with Fiona. It was apparent that both of them had already been crying about something. We went up to Flora's tower. Freya was laying on her back, right in the middle of the room. Flora and Fitz were already there. They both looked stoic as ever. Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did, and then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything you could have done to help?
Don't take this the wrong way, but the whole ordeal is fellow family business. I'm quite sure they don't need me getting in the way at a time like that.
그렇군요.
Pretty.
여기도 뭔가 있지 않을까?
You know, I've always wanted one.
A mechanical solar system?
I would look at it.
Wait a minute. Earth in the middle, sun on the outside.
뭐지? 천동설인가?
How old is this thing?
천동설이면은 15세기? 6세기 정도 아니야? 뭐지? 뭐 월식을 만드는 건가? 천체 정렬. 아, 빛의 방향도 바꿀 수 있구나. 광원이 2개네. 하나가 더 있네. 하나가 달을 중심으로. 그래서 뭘 할 수가 있는 거지? 자전도 하고 있어. 태양과 달. 달은 광원이 아니라 반사하는 건데, 빛을. 뭐 어떻게 목적이 뭐지? 빛을 전부 가리는 건가? 목적이 뭐지? 월식. 일식. 그러면 아, 여기다 그림자를 맞추면 되겠구나. 알겠습니다. 만들어야겠죠? 그럼 일단 양쪽에 있어야겠지. 이쪽하고 이쪽 양쪽. 그래서 위치가 안 맞는데 말이죠. 일단 일자로 세워봐. 이게 아닌가? 광원이 여기 있어야 되나? 이쪽에 빛이 들어야 되는 거지. 그림자가 이쪽에 큰 쪽에 지는 거고. 이런 식으로. 이거는 이거를 바꾸면은 이걸로 바꿔야 되나? 딱 맞는 것 같은데 이거는. 얘가 이쪽으로 들어오면 안 맞아. 이거고. 얘가 합쳐지면 안 되는데. 그리고 얘가 반대쪽으로 이렇게 되면은 어때?
Oh, that was it.
Nice work. Did you hear that?
음,
Something.
There's a little hatch underneath.
쪽문이
What's in
있는데
there?
A bunch of paper. Looks like somebody's
문서더미?
research.
황금벌레? 황금과 90% 동일한 건물을 공유 중에 열결을 가졌다는 데서 유래는 수명의 수년에 이른다. 시거리는 큰 스럽네요. 오, 95데시벨? 완전 소환 못하게 한다. 이 미스티드에 이렇게 미신이 있는데 발견한 사람에게 불행을 초래하는 다소 비논리적인 평판을 지니고 있다. 이게 뭐가 돼? 아이씨, 말해봐. 이게 뭐야?
So, we found some research. What's up with this golden beetle? Is this something you're studying?
I can't help you, I'm afraid. I think it must be something left behind by a previous inhabitant of Tangle Tower. I'm not the first scientist to ever walk these halls, you know.
Well, it wasn't in the halls. It was in your astronomy tower.
말을 안 해? 나가. 아니야, 뭔가 집을 수 있는 게 있을까?
A picture frame.
With no picture.
사진이 없다.
It's full of tea.
Criminal.
A bell jar.
What do people normally keep in
Other
them?
than bells, you mean? Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos.
장치. 아, 잘못 눌렀어. 됐고. 단 곳을 보자. 넓은 방. 뭐지? 세 장. 페넬로페?
Oh, just beautiful. What is it?
Huh?
Sort of a delicate jade, but with a little seafoam green, is that right?
Sorry?
Your hair, dear! Which shade do you use? It's lovely!
생각보다 수렁스러운 부분이
shade.
있었군요.
You're really pushing the envelope.
Oh, thanks. I do what I can to offset Grimoire's beige on brown ensemble.
Detectives don't need to be brightly colored. We prefer to blend into the background.
Oh, you're the detective? Delightful. Penny Pointer, pleasure.
Is that short for Penelope?
Officially, yes, but I never can be bothered with all 4 syllables of it. Penelope sounds a little ostentatious coming out of the mouth, don't you think?
Sure. Yeah.
20-something, Aquarius, love to travel, and nearly all of my friends are birds.
Travel? Where to?
Anywhere at all, as long as it has species worth studying. Ornithology, they call it. I call it the only thing I've ever been good at.
And have you studied the birds here at Tangle Tower?
But of course! Where else do you think I developed my love of the field? No matter where I go, I always find myself coming home to Tangle
글쎄요.
Tower.
Because of the birds.
Oh, no, because of him! Silly to admit, but I suppose I can't bear for us to be apart.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, don't you know? My fiancé, dear Fitz. He's not really the traveling type, you see.
Fitz fellow.
The very one.
You're engaged to a member of the Fellow family? That's interesting.
I'm not especially interested in whatever tedious feuding goes on between our two families. Fitz and I find it much easier to stay out of it altogether.
내가 잠깐만. 풀네임이 뭐라고 하셨죠? 페니? 아니. 페널프 포인터. 그렇군요.
I awoke early and headed down into the greenhouse to see Fitz. He's always there. Crack of dawn, every morning like clockwork.
How come?
It's where he's happiest. That and he has a great deal of work to do every day. Watering, pruning, mulching, whatever that is.
그렇죠.
Do you help him with the work in the greenhouse?
Oh, no. I wouldn't dream of it. I'd probably break something.
So, you stayed with Fitz the whole day?
No. In the early afternoon, he went back inside. Rather suddenly, as it happens.
Did he say why?
He didn't. Probably just a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear. He's more delicate than you'd think.
What did you do after that?
Let's see. I returned to the aviary to feed my birds.
And how many birds are you responsible for?
Officially 4, but in truth it's more like 400.
Can they not feed themselves?
Of course, and they often do. But I think they just like the company. As do I.
네.
Sometime in the evening, I left the aviary and headed back towards my room. But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. He was muttering something. Seemed a bit upset, the poor dear. I followed him down, but the grand hall was empty by the time I got there. Empty aside from Detective Hawkshaw, who was loitering over by the library. I don't know what it was, but she looked a little lost. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower. I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path. For some reason, he was coming out of Fitz's bedroom. He looked rather lost, too. I told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. We could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong. A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya. Uncle Pointer was there. Fitz, too, standing over in the corner with Fifi and Poppy.
What about Flora?
Of course, silent as ever. Uncle suggested we should leave. Give the others some space, you know. So he and I both returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
아하. 이거 혹시 아십니까?
Did Fitz show you that?
Not exactly.
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah, right.
여기엔 뭐가 있을?
We can get into Penny's room now.
Now, like
나중에.
right now.
난 일단 여기 있는 퍼즐을 없나? 이건 뭐지? 눈인가?
Check out that butterfly.
Looks evil.
Wow, judgmental.
거울.
I don't like mirrors. They steal your soul.
에,
How do you get your hair so symmetrical without using a mirror?
I do it by weight. I can feel if one side is heavier than the other.
My little writing desk. It's kind of cute.
There's nothing written in the book, although someone's torn a page
페이지가
out of the
찢겨
middle.
나갔다.
And especially fancy
특히나 화려한
cage.
세장, 공식적인 생각.
And it's
한
home
마리는
to
어디
3
갔지?
especially fancy birds.
3마리. 4마리 하지 않았어요?
I
어떻게 된
must say
거야?
the girls are awfully well behaved today. I think they know we're in the presence.
They belong to you. Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to fly occasionally, of course. But they're all one of a kind. I couldn't let anything happen to them.
Do they have names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
I've already forgotten all 3 of those names.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest, Tabitha is the most patient, and Tamara has the best sense of rhythm.
Glad we cleared that up.
What about the one on your head?
On my head? He's just my hat. He doesn't have a name. Who would name their hat?
아, 여기 퍼즐 없니? 여기
What's
뭐지?
those little
벤트?
windows down there?
I think they're there for draining rainwater.
아하, 배수로구나.
Oh. My little writing desk.
There's nothing written in the book.
A rather magnificent bush. Somewhat
자네에게도
cruelly
스포금지가
confined
같은
to a stone pot.
There's a letter P carved into the
P.
side.
가문 저거겠죠?
And a
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
왜 숙여? 나가. 그럴 거 없어. 밑에 방. 여기는 뭔 방이지? 피피의 방인가? 음악실.
Are they paper lanterns?
종이등?
Whatever they are, I like them. It's like a little parade of floating spirits.
밑에 널려 있는 건 악보가 파피 계셨군요.
Are you a ghost?
Sally! That's rude!
Unless she is a ghost.
It may come as a disappointment,
Death
but
metal?
I am alive.
Ah,
That makes you a suspect, I'm afraid.
I know.
what's your name?
My name is Poppy. I'm a pointer and a
파피
pianist.
포인트.
We'll need to ask you a few questions about Freya.
I know.
Hey, you're pretty good.
All in the wrist. And 13 years of dedicated practice. I'm just me. There's nothing to know.
How are you related to the other pointers?
My father is Percival Pointer. The professor
파시벨
spends
포인트.
most of his time hidden away in his tower. Barely speaks to anyone these days. Especially not the fellows.
Do you get on with the fellows?
2 of them. Fifi and Freya are my closest friends. We all turned 19 last year.
Do people ever leave Tangle Tower? I don't mean to be rude. It's just, if you're 19...
You don't have to answer that, Poppy.
It's a fair question. I'd like to move away. Definitely. Fifi, Freya, and I would often talk about it, argue about it. Freya wanted to leave, but Fifi... Things are more complicated for her.
What about now?
After what happened, I really don't want to stay here much longer. 3.5 hours of piano practice. Soon as I wake up. Same as always.
3.5. Does that not hurt your hands?
Sure.
방음이 될 것 같은
Do
방은
this in the
아닌데.
music room?
No, I prefer to practice in my room. When I make mistakes, I like to make them in private.
What did you do after that?
I was supposed to meet Fifi in the library, but I totally forgot. When I finally got down there, she'd already gone. I checked her bedroom, but it was locked.
Was Fifi not in there?
No idea. She keeps her door locked either way. So I went back upstairs and out into the moonlight garden.
The what?
The little garden on the roof outside my room.
Was it just you up there?
No. Fitz came outside after a while. His room's on the other side. He's been teaching me about flowers.
So, did you talk to him?
Not really.
You ignored each other.
I didn't say that. Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds. I've been trying to decide how to describe it, but I'm struggling. It was like something drilling into a piece of metal, but different. Worse. I was pretty sure it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there to check. Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. I knew Freya and Flora were both supposed to be in there, so I made Fitz kick down the door. I went inside. Freya was lying on the floor.
Flora was in the room too?
Yeah. I think she realized what had happened at the same moment I did. I didn't know what to do, so I ran downstairs to get Fifi. Her door was still locked, but I knocked and shouted at her. Eventually, she let me in. The lights were off, but I could see she'd already been crying. I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry. First time I've ever seen her angry. I dragged her out into the hall. My father was there too, for some reason. The 3 of us went back up to Flora's tower. Then Felix arrived. He had Penny with him. Fifi had this idea. She wanted to do some kind of scientific test.
네.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes. After she was done, she went back upstairs and I went back to my room.
That's it?
That's it.
All right.
I wonder what's in there. Oh, whatever it is.
Well, it is
Gotta
neat.
What's with
practice.
all the broken glass?
유리 조각. 골피 동상. 진동? 여기도 깨져 있네. 와인잔이었나? 일단 이동을 해볼까? 이쪽 방은 뭐지? 펜이, 아무튼 새들이 여기도 있네.
A little bedtime reading?
Let's see. Romance novels, detective novels, and
What?
this one appears to be both.
Nice.
A little tea set.
One of the cups has tea in it.
What's in the other one?
Birdseed.
세모이?
Anything in there?
Bed sheets.
That's not
침대고?
even remotely suspicious.
이건 뭘까?
Traveling cases.
여행가방.
Empty. All of them.
모두 비었다.
Traveling cases.
Empty.
여기도 비었어.
It's a birdhouse.
새지.
Are those real? Nope.
나무
They're wooden.
조각.
They're using up all the perches. What if a real bird wanted to use it?
왼쪽, 오른쪽. 눈을 감고 있어. 정면. 눈이 위. 일자. 일. 얘들은 뭔지 모르겠네. 얘는 눈을 감고 있고. 눈이 조합되면 조합하는 건가? 왼쪽 오른쪽.
No, that was it.
Nice work.
맞아? 찍은 건데.
Did the door open? What's in there?
Now I will 뭐? Get her. 이제 내가 그녀를 갖겠어. 이게 왜 여기 숨어져 있을까?
That's
There's something weird about it. Just feels out of place.
있어야 할 자리 있는 거 같지 않아? 커피. 아따 어둡구만.
There's a name. You know, these ones that stand upright.
It's a metronome
메트로놈.
for keeping time.
It's ticking. Is it a bomb?
It's supposed to be ticking. Not sure what those symbols are, though.
다이얼 4개를 모두 돌려 맨 위로 가게. 아, 전부 위로 가게 하라고. 그림에 해당되는 그림들이 위로 가는구만. 위로 가려다가 반시계 방향으로 회전하네. 그리고 이게 이리로 움직이고. 그러면은 야 한번 움직이고 얘 두 번 움직이면 됐네.
There we go.
Perfect. What happened?
Little hatch unlocked in the back.
뒤에 달린 자금은
Anything in there?
Mm-hmm. It's a photograph. Part
photograph?
of a photograph.
누구죠?
Just about nothing weird
To
about
you.
더 이 안에 뭐가 있을까?
that. Anything in the wardrobe?
Dresses mostly.
Dress?
I never realized there were so many shades of black.
이건 뭐죠?
Various handmade posters.
실적 그림 포스터들.
What do you think those symbols mean?
Hopefully, nothing.
이건
Various handmade.
What do you think?
같은
Hopefully,
거구만. 잠깐만. 이 악보 모임.
sheet music.
It's only a few notes.
Yeah, it's been framed though. Must be important for some reason.
퍼피한테 질문을 해볼까? 이건
I
뭐죠?
don't know what that is.
몰라.
Weird, considering we found it hidden in your room.
Well, my room is full of junk. There's probably a bunch of stuff hidden in there. I don't mean like. Please stop talking to me.
네.
Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
새소리에서 들어본 것 같기도 하고. 페넬로페한테 질문을 해봅시다. 이것.
Yes, it's my. My flower.
You don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you at least like the look of the flower?
The look?
The colors? The shape of it?
Between you and me, I think it's a little vulgar.
이런 거죠?
That's rather strange now, isn't it?
We found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it, but we found it.
We do that.
Who's the her in the message? And what's the deal with the petals?
It's really none of your business.
숨긴다라. 페넬로페가 아니죠. 퍼피. 이건 뭐죠?
Don't look at me. I didn't break it.
Does anybody else use the music room?
Yes. I don't know who, but I can tell when somebody else has touched the piano.
뭐라는 거야? 일단은 반대쪽으로 이동해 볼까? 피피 서재에 있네.
Curious. I would expect bacteria of that nature to thrive in these conditions.
Excuse me.
Taking all the environmental factors into account, there must be something I am still missing.
May I talk to you? Miss?
She knows we're here. She just doesn't care.
I am a detective, and I need to talk.
Correction. You do not need to talk to me.
Oh no? How come?
Because I am not a suspect. I am completely innocent of any and all crimes.
그럼
Thanks for letting me
증명해
know.
보실까요?
Speaking of which, you have now been at Tangle Tower for over 23 minutes. Surely you have already reached a sturdy hypothesis.
The hypothesis about the murder?
Yeah, come on, Grimoire, hurry up.
My apologies. Unfortunately, protocol dictates I must at least meet all the suspects. And that includes you. So, could you tell me your name?
Fifi Fellow, microbiologist, inventor, innovator. You will need to be more specific. Oneself cannot be summarized in a single response without doing one a great disservice.
아, 귀찮은
So true.
성격이네.
Well, first of all, you're a fellow. So does that make you the daughter of...
Correct. My father and mother are named Flora and Felix, but you need not question either of them. It will only waste valuable time. Neither of them are capable of murder.
Thanks for the tip.
Fifi, you said you were a micro... something or other?
Microbiologist, but it is an insignificant label. My studies cannot be categorized in any one recognized field.
What made you want to become a scientist in the first place?
I harbor an intrinsic fascination with the microscopic. I constructed my first one at age 10.
오.
Constructed a microscope?
Correct.
And what's that thing on your head? Did you make that too?
My eyesight began to deteriorate when I turned 12. Not satisfied with the eyeglasses prescribed to me, I designed this custom lens instead. It automatically adjusts based on the surrounding light conditions.
오호.
Does it glow red when you get angry?
No, but that would be most amusing. What can you tell me about the murder?
What can you tell me about... Wait, that's what I'm supposed to ask you.
Yes, however, you were too slow.
You fancy yourself a detective too, Fifi?
I just need to know what happened.
Me too. So talk.
Fine. I knew ahead of time that Freya was going to be busy with her painting all day, so I had planned to spend the afternoon with Poppy. I was in the library all morning preparing the equipment for an experiment, only to find out that Poppy had made other plans and she was in fact planning to ignore me completely.
Oh.
So what did you do instead?
I locked myself in my room and cried.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Why?
I don't know, it just sounds kind of sad.
It is not unusual.
Oh. Good.
자,
I was in my
말해보니까.
room. The lights were off and the door was locked. Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me. I opened the door. Poppy came into my room. Her makeup was leaking. She told me Freya was dead. I did not believe it. I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face. She insisted that we go up to Flora's tower. We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs. When I saw Freya lying on the floor, I was completely and utterly devastated. Then, I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting. Poppy and I took the sample back downstairs to the library. We performed a test and found out that it was, in fact,
옷에
blood.
묻어있는 게 피야?
You performed that scientific test immediately, even though you were feeling so upset?
Of course. Why would one affect the other?
지금까지 대화를 했던 사람들 중에 가장 알리바이가 없긴 한데.
Fifi's bedroom.
Can't wait.
나중에. 에?
That's all the statements.
Let's go over them all.
들어봅시다. 자, 시들어봐. 용의자 진술.
That's all the statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if anything doesn't add up.
To see if anyone's been lying.
That too.
진술이 엇갈리던
Fitz
것이
and I were
있었는데.
up in the moonlight garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
아, 시간
But-
순서인가?
In the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs.
I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do. So I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room.
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the fellow staircase. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. I
그랬었지.
inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
They don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other.
공범이다.
That's all the statements collect. Let's run through them
To
all.
see if anyone-
That too.
Fitz and I heard this.
다 있었어. 이거 다 있어. 다른 걸 알아봐야겠지. 프레야의 방.
Freya's bear.
Looks pretty depressed.
He's had a rough couple of days.
이 그림은
That
어떤
painting is really something.
Why would you want it looming over your bed like that?
Maybe Freya enjoyed the atmosphere it creates.
The atmosphere of chaos and oppression?
Hang on. There's a smaller version down by the floor.
이거?
It's a photograph.
사진? 그림을 찍은 사진? 검은 잉크로 줄이 그어지고.
It's a little wooden box for paintbrushes.
To the casual observer. They're not real paintbrushes. Looks like they're part of some kind of lock mechanism.
일단 이거를 조합하면은 되겠지? 근데 색깔이 다 다를까? 이런 식으로 돼 있다고 하면 그거 안 되는데. 얘가 왼쪽 아래, 이거 맞고, 얘가 오른쪽 아래. 여기. 왼쪽 면은 이렇게 들어가면 안 되는데. 이게 여기라고 치면 퍼즐은 맞췄어. 그 다음에 이거를 무슨 순서로 하냐? 핑크 두 번째 라인, 세 번째, 두 번째, 세 번째 칸에 초록색. 이게 여기라고 하면 얘가 여기고. 주황색, 초록색, 네모칸. 이건가?
Nothing.
Did you find a hint? It looks like a ripped up jigsaw puzzle.
이쪽은 짧고 이쪽은 길다? 얘랑 얘를 바꾸면은 주황색. 이거 초록색이다. 이건 거
That
같은데?
was
Each brush, the information we need is on the paper.
그러면은 요것도 가능하긴 한데 파란색, 이쪽이 초록색이고 네모 분홍색 여기 무슨 모양이야? 아무튼 이거 맞고 세 번째 위쪽에 초록색은 안 되는데? 그나마 이건데.
still locked.
So, the paper, there's a couple of brushes with each characteristic, but only one.
완벽한 답은 하나라고? 이게 어떻게 초록색이 될 수가 있어? 퍼즐이 이게 틀리진 않았을 텐데? 이렇게 깔끔하게 잘 떨어질 리가 없잖아. 이게 아니라면은 파란색, 주황색 여기 네모가 초록색이 여기 세 번째 칸에 요 라인이라는 거 아니야? 파란색은 여기 있고 반대로 해서는 안 되는데.
Still locked.
So, the paper jigsaw puzzle, there's a couple of brushes with each characteristic, but only one perfect solution.
퍼펙트 솔루션. 바꿀 수 있는 부분은 여기?
Still locked.
So, there's a couple of brushes with
그 다음에 이거를 바꿔도 되긴 해.
Still locked.
So, there's a couple of brushes with
짧은 거, 긴 거.
locked.
So, there's a couple of brushes with each character.
내가 뭘 넣어서길래 안 되는 거지?
Still locked.
There's a couple of brushes with.
이것 때문에 좋은 것 같은데. 초록색이 여기 있다? 초록색이랑 파란색 같은 라인은 있는데 여기 붓을 보면 그렇게 돼 있는 거 하나도 없는데. 뭐지? 핑크색 붓, 여긴 주황색 붓, 그리고 초록색. 여긴 이 부채꼴 모양. 이 파란색. 여긴 사다리꼴. 여기에는 아무런 단서도 없다.
Still locked.
So, there's a couple of brushes with each characteristic.
아, 내가 퍼즐을 잘못 맞췄나? 뭐지? 라인은 의미가 없는 것 같은데 그러면. 이것도 힌트인가? 이런 식으로?
That's done it.
왜인 거야?
Neat. What was in the box?
Just a photograph. Well,
모르겠다.
most of a photograph.
이건? 피피가 프레이야. 그리고 왼쪽에 찢겨진 거는 얘인가? 얘인 거 같은데? 이거랑 이거 조합 어떻게 함? 맞는 거 같은데? 얘네 둘이 굳이 찢어진 이유가 뭘까? 아니라기엔 좀 잘 들어맞는 것 같은데.
There's something about that pink cassette
분홍
tape.
카세트 테이프.
Something suspicious.
Let's ask Poppy about it.
그래. 질문이 있습니다. 이게
Does
뭐죠?
this belong to you, Poppy?
Now that's not really my style, is it?
But who else would own a tape like this?
Literally anybody?
이거는 어떻게 된
This is a
걸까요?
photo of Fifi and Freya, right?
Yeah,
How come you're not in it? You're friends with them too, aren't you?
I'm not really one for photographs.
Fifi looks like she really admires Freya.
Fifi's loyalty to Freya is unshakable.
나 이거 조합하고 싶은데. 일단 그건 제쳐두고. 여기를 한번 가보자. 피피의 방.
What's that big book on the desk?
Looks like something Fifi's been writing.
Is it
피피.
a clue?
I hope not. It's just a bunch of notes about her microbiology experiment.
생물학. 이건 뭐지?
Fifi's got something pinned up here.
What is all this?
오. 머리가 열렸잖아. 인물 관계도 아니야? 물음표? 여기는 삼촌과 조카 관계고, 요 둘은 부부고, 이 둘은 뭘까? 그리고 이 둘의 관계는 어? 우리 오늘 여기 처음 온 거 아니야? 얘가 어떻게 알고 있지? 그리고 얘가 프레야? 왜 혹시? 아니 피피? 피피는 빠져있는 뭐지?
Is that supposed to be me?
That's just the face you make. Does make you wonder, though.
얘는
It's
누구야?
Detective
아
Hawkshaw.
탐정이구나. 탐정이랑 이 아저씨랑 관계가 있어? 이 사진에 PP만 없는 게 아니라 프레야도 없어. 만약 범행이 일어났다면은 그 공범의 묶음인 건가? 가능한? 이분 왜
That's gotta be
머리가
Flora.
열렸죠?
That's gotta be Flora. Did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Mm-hmm. And Fifi herself.
맞는 것 같은데? 아파라. 이건 뭐임?
That's a whole lot of books.
책.
That's a whole lot of
이건 뭐지?
It looks like a microscope.
Can I touch it?
현미경?
I'm not sure this is a microscope.
돋보기 4개를 수평으로 밀어서 올바른 위치를 잡아. 아, 이걸로 열쇠 문양을 맞추라고. 고배율. 이거는 축소. 시아라마. 봐봐. 일단 열쇠 문양을 만들 수 있는 떨어져 있는데 어떻게 만들지? 이런 식으로? 크기가 안 맞는데 말이지. 뭘 만들라는지는 알겠어. 어떻게 만드냐가 문제지. 이런 식으로 위치를 둬가지고 수평 일자로 되어야 될 것 같은데 말이지. 식으로 이러면 좀 맞네. 그 다음 이 떨어진 부분들을 어떻게 맞출 수 있을까? 애초에 시작이 여기서부터 돼야 돼. 맞네? 이러면 좀 맞는데. 근데 문양이 조금 달라. 무늬가 이쪽으로 가서 이 떨어진 부분을 붙여줄 무언가가
I guess
The
that's
four lenses, so they must each have a specific position along the way.
얘가 아닌가? 얘가 이 정도 느낌이고 얘를 하면 얘가 이쪽에 맞는 것 같은데 여기까지 이 배율은 너무 커. 이 배율로 여기까지 1배율로 여기까지 자르고 그 다음에 일자로 여기를 만들어주고 이거를 이 끝까지 당겨주면은 이런 어떠니?
I got it.
I'm
그치?
impressed. Sounds like it unlocked.
Yeah, it's built. There's a book in here.
책? 열어봐. 또 잠겨있어. 열어봐 그러면 새끼야. 안 열려? 야 피피야 이거 좀 열어줄래?
A news. Don't think you can get out being questioned just because.
I'm innocent, I promise.
아유 야랄났다.
Save it for the judge. A pretty ornate window.
We're supposed to be looking for clues.
And over here, a simple trick, but it really transforms.
공간을 바꿔요? 난 피피한테 갈 거야. 근데 그 전에 파피한테 뭔가 더 알아둬야 할 것들이 있나? 질문.
I think everybody sees something different.
Did Frey ever tell you what she saw in it?
Not exactly. She said something about it being from a
악몽이 이게 나온다고
recurring
말한 적
nightmare.
있다.
Sorry, but if it was from a nightmare, why would you paint it and leave it in front of your bed?
Maybe she wanted to take control of it. Giving something a physical form can make it easier to deal with. Well, sometimes. Did you find that in Fifi's room?
No. Should we have?
No, it's just... It looks like something she'd use, don't you think?
이 렌즈를 어디서 찾았지? 일단 피피한테 가봐. 이
This
사진은
photograph is my favorite photograph.
So, why'd you rip it in half?
That was not me. Besides, it was not a half that was ripped off.
예.
It was only a third.
이건 뭔데요?
Who is that in the photo?
I'm quite sure that I have no idea.
파피겠지 뭐. 이거 열어봐 엄마.
My book.
아,
And what's in it?
Pages.
안 여네? 이건 너
This
거니?
belongs to Professor Pointer.
아,
Does
포인트도
it
쓰는
not?
거야?
No, I don't think so.
Who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope.
Oh, yes. It has a telescopic lens. It could only be used for looking at things that are far
멀리
away.
있는 것.
There's something about that diary we found in Fifi's room. Something suspicious.
그렇지.
Let's ask her about it.
대답 안 했잖아.
A book. My book. Pages.
교수님. 이 망원경에 대해서
What's
알고
this?
있나요?
It looks like it might be a telescope. Thought you might know something about it.
Well, it certainly is a telescope. It has a part there to screw onto a tripod, you see. It's rather small, though. I'm not sure you could see many stars with it.
No, probably not.
A
이거에 대해서
diary
아십니까?
can be a wonderful outlet for an outpouring of one's soul.
How do you know it's a diary?
I suppose I don't, but it does look like a diary.
그런가요? 이쪽에서도 반대쪽으로 가는 방법이 있을 거야.
A big glass door
파피의 방에도 이게
leads out into a
있다.
garden.
There's a little mechanism.
대칭인가? 달이 있다. 아! 위치가 나와 있네. 아까 달이 이렇게 있었고. 맞나 이거? 그걸 해가 1, 2, 3, 4 A, B, C, D A3 C3 D2 D4 오케이.
I guess we'll come back later.
Let's go. 이 짝으로 가서 봅니다.
It's locked.
I thought
We
we
are.
had something better.
열어봐. 오케이, 달 위치 맞았고 A3, C3, D2, D4
It made a
열렸다.
noise.
I guess that was right. And the door's still locked.
I still feel like we made some sort of progress.
반대편은 안 열고 왔구나. 설마 그 PP가 진짜 이 PP였어?
A big glass leads
There's
out.
a little mechanism by the handle.
Something happened.
That must be it.
됐어.
Finally, it's open.
Whatever's on the other side.
가자고. 무엇이 있을까? 깃털?
Giant stone frog.
컵조개구리?
Love it.
아 이거.
Ah, he's got his tongue out like he's catching snowflakes.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
페달. 깃털? 새?
It's another little statue doing a
He's
read.
playing a lute this time.
He's also wearing
Headphone.
headphones.
Well, they're not part of the statue. And they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
이마개. 이거와 연관이 있을까? 잠자리.
It's one big dragonfly.
Or one very small dragon.
플라이. 드래곤 플라이. 이거 분명 뭔가 있을 텐데. 알.
More egg statues.
I don't get it. Why eggs?
Well, either they have some special significance, or the sculptor was just really lazy.
What do you mean?
An egg has got to be the easiest shape to make.
It's a rose bush, growing on a little patch of bluish soil. Apart from a couple of loose petals on one side, the whole thing looks very well cared for.
The roses are bright red, too.
Now, aren't roses normally that color?
Exactly.
도움이 안 되네.
Ah, a little water feature.
인공폭포.
It's making me sleepy.
Wonder how it's hooked up.
그러게
A
펌프가
little
있을까?
pond.
It looks really, really deep. See those metal bars around the edges, too?
Oh, yeah. What do you suppose they're for?
Nothing
먹대?
anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it.
여기도 알?
More egg statues.
I don't get it.
Well, either the sculptor. An egg has got to be the easy.
여기도 깨져 있어.
It's so relaxing. I might just stay.
Oh, shall I go?
That'd be great.
그럼 무엇이 힌트가 될 수 있을까?
Trees.
In a garden.
In a garden. trees.
In a garden.
In a garden?
깃털.
Oh, good. A
오작교인가?
bridge. I'm glad to know there's a way to get across that tiny...
Not all bridges are about getting across stuff.
이건 뭔
stone
건물이지?
pillars, or what's left of them.
부서졌다. 벤치?
It's a two-person bench.
인용 벤치.
Now, what makes it a two-person bench specifically? It looks pretty standard to me.
It's so relaxed. I might just...
그러면은
It's the door into
One of only two ways to get into the garden.
Oh, yeah.
뭐야?
The door into Poppy's room.
So, only
Ah, I guess so.
질문하러 가볼까? 이게 뭐죠? 단서 있나?
I see a lot of birds up in the rooftop garden. They seem to really like it up there.
Why's that?
It's quiet.
Do you know where those earmuffs came from?
I put them there.
Why?
I found them lying around. I think they belong to Fitz. I put them on the statue so he'd see them. I thought they looked like headphones, like he's in the recording studio with his guitar. No?
If they do belong to Fitz, he hasn't taken them back yet. When did you find them?
This morning.
Where?
I don't know, in a hallway. Can't remember exactly.
그러면은 정원사한테 한번 질문하러 가볼까요?
We found these up in the rooftop garden. Do you know how long they've been there?
No, could have been a long time. We don't ever really clear up the rooftop garden.
Why not?
Nature is unruly. In truth, it prefers to be left alone. Wait, those are mine, the earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
What do you need earmuffs for?
I use them for gardening sometimes.
Why? You don't own a chainsaw, do you?
No. I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
That's genius.
Any idea who this is?
No idea. It's Fifi and Freya.
Don't you think Poppy should be in the photo too?
Maybe, maybe not. She doesn't really like crowds.
Two people isn't a crowd.
Right, but if she was in the photo, then it'd be three.
Checkmate.
네,
Those
이걸
petals,
대신하십니까?
they,
What?
they're red.
뭔가를 알고 있구만.
Penelope's three favorite birds. She's very protective over them.
Are they like her pets? Do they have names?
Oh, they have names. Penelope loves to name things.
Do you remember what she named them?
I do not.
This is yours, Fitz?
Yeah,
Do you use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
That wasn't what she asked.
Paints are different to flowers.
I'd say so, yeah.
At any time, flowers can bloom with perfect, faultless colors. Red, blue, white. With paint, once you've tainted a color by mixing it with others, not even the most skilled painter can return it to its pure form. Poppy's piano music. I remember when she started learning. She's improved a lot since then.
Yeah, that's generally how it works.
Right. Of course. Freya's best work, in my opinion. Although, the photo doesn't carry the same energy as the real thing.
What do you think it's a painting of?
What do you mean?
Like, what's the subject matter? What's that big red thing?
Oh, I don't think it's that kind of painting.
그럼 뭔 그림인데요?
Looks like someone doesn't want you to read that book.
That's the main thing making me want to read it.
단서가 되진 않네.
there
헐.
used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be? There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
What happened to the non-ordinary ones?
That is a very good question.
그래서 어떻게 됐냐고.
Lovely. I can't decide what's worse. How she looks here, or how she looks now.
Do you know who this is? In the photo?
Oh, absolutely no idea. Looks a little simple for Poppy, doesn't it? Thought she was a grade 12 or something.
I didn't know there were that many grades.
I'm sure they invented some new ones just for her.
뭔가를 알아볼 수 있는 게 없을까요? 질문 들어갑니다.
This is a photo of Fifi, isn't it? Your daughter?
반응이 없군요. 반응이 없군요. 반응이 없군요.
Do you recognize any of these feathers?
몰라. 이것도 몰라? 이거는
Do you know anything about these birds? Or birds in general? Do you know anything about this beetle?
몰라요? 이건
You
어떤가요?
haven't seen this yet, have you?
반응이 좀
It's a little
있군요.
model of you. Who were the other people next to you? What do you think of your husband's hobby?
Do you have any hobbies?
말을 안 하네. 연관이 없는 것들이야. 나머지들은 다 조사해봤어. 일단은 귀찮아도 하나하나씩 다 물어보는 게 좋겠지? 기다려봐. 일단 뭘 더 찾을 수 있는 게 있나? 이쪽에서 말이지? 일단 가게들 한번 봐볼까?
What
I
is
think it's a
펠릭스 아니 앨릭스 펠로우, 민트 펠로우, 에밀리 에버튼, 피트 펠로우, 디오나 펠로우. 펠릭스 펠로우, 프로다 레미나토, 프레야 피츠, 클라우디, 플로라, 프레디, 판도라 포인터. 얘가 포인터가 뭐이고? 코스가 포인터. 뭐라 써지는겨?
Primrose Remington?
프로스 레밍턴.
I guess she doesn't live here anymore.
커피 포인터.
Flora Remington.
플로라 레밍턴.
We met her. She's one of the suspects.
페널로페 포인터. 판도라 포인터.
Buck Brackley. I guess he doesn't live here anymore.
그렇군. 비밀 일기장. 약한 거야. 파괴감이 비싸. 일단 하나하나씩 다 질문을 해볼까? 기다려봐. 일단 인물 질문은 안 해봤으니까 인물 질문을 해봅시다.
We met Felix, your husband. He's one of our suspects, and he seems pretty suspicious if you ask me. So, if you want to stick up for him, now's your chance.
Nice try. We spoke to your daughter Fifi. She's some kind of super intelligent scientist. You must be proud of her.
긍정하는 건가?
We spoke to Hawkshaw. I assume she didn't get anything out of you either. I bet that really ticked her off.
Do you and Fitz have anything to do with each other? Other than your initials? You know the guy in the other tower? Weird astronomy professor guy?
안다는
Can you
것
see him
같죠?
from your window? Can he see you?
What do you know about Penny?
I can't really imagine those two being friends, to be honest.
You never know. Do you and Poppy get along?
Nothing. Shocker. Grimoire, what could you possibly be writing down?
Oh no, I gave up making notes ages ago. Now I'm just doodling in the margins.
인물 질문도 다 해봤네. 단서도 해봤고. 다음으로 넘어가 볼까?
The entire
Oh,
room.
it's not
보소.
Fitz, the actual.
My daughter Fiona, our little burgeoning genius. You've met her?
We did. She's going by Fifi these days.
So I've heard. I asked her some weeks ago, what's wrong with your real name? She told me, get this, she wanted a name with an even number of syllables. She makes up the strangest things when she's under pressure.
What makes you think she
Dumb.
made that up?
I happen to know the real reason she prefers Fifi over Fiona.
Oh, yeah?
It's what Freya called her. Quite the character, eh? A fellow member of the Order of the Crimson Cloak.
Is that a real thing?
No, I just meant to, because we both wear, you know, red capes of a sort.
Has she questioned you yet?
If you call that questioning, she seemed bored by everything I had to say. I heard on the grapevine, supposedly Hawkshaw is searching for some rare item, something called the Golden Beetle. Honestly, it's probably a bunch of sensationalist rubbish.
You reckon?
Quite sure. There is no treasure called the Golden Beetle.
How do you know?
Because I would have heard of it. Fitz? I don't trust him. He's slippery. Never commits to anything. Brain like an onion.
An onion?
Did you two have an argument?
No, but my daughter doesn't like him at all. And I trust Fiona's judgment entirely. She's a very vigilant young woman. Percival Pointer. Good old... So, what do you reckon? Is he the murderer?
I don't know, maybe. We still need...
That is not information we're willing to share at this time.
I'm just saying, keep an eye on him. Holds on to a lot of bitterness, does old Pointer. Just because he's always struggled to support his family. Slightly pathetic, really.
And how long have you known him?
Over 35 years.
Childhood friends? Rivals?
Don't know if I'd do him the honor of considering him my rival.
뭐라고요?
Penelope seems to have really settled into a groove. She struggled a bit when she was younger, Always a little estranged.
How come?
Well, she was mostly raised by her uncle, and he really only makes time for his own daughter. Now, of course, she's bringing the two families together through her marriage. It's a nice gesture, heartfelt, but futile. Poppy's a good friend to my daughter, always has been. I think they get on well because they're so different.
Different, like how?
Poppy is, she's quite introspective, good with feelings. Fiona, not so much. Still, Poppy always seems to be sulking about something.
The heavy, heavy price of emotional intelligence.
Charming, isn't it? Yes. Built by the Remington family originally. Dear Flora's father and his associates.
But now it's owned by you? By the Fellow family?
The Fellows and the Pointers have both come to claim a certain degree of ownership.
And who named it Tangle Tower?
Flora chose the name.
What does it mean?
I think it was her intention that it mean nothing at all. Something of a fresh start.
From what?
This really isn't for me to say, but she had some kind of disagreement with her siblings. After they moved away, Flora changed the name of the house. I think perhaps she hoped it would make them feel unwelcome, is less likely to come back.
That's kind of extreme.
Yes, it is rather, isn't it? What's this?
It's my case file. It's how I know what I'm supposed to be doing.
You mean to say you're bound by the limits of what's written in this little document? Sounds dreadful.
I found it comforting.
I'm as confused as you are. That looks like it might belong to Poppy.
관련돼 있는 거예요.
It would have been a beautiful painting. It's rather a shame Freya was unable to finish it.
Nothing about it seems strange to you.
Well, all these modern paintings are slightly strange, aren't they? The emotion of the piece taking over from, say, anatomical accuracy.
What about the knife in Flora's hand?
A knife? That's what you see?
You don't?
Well, as I was saying, Freya's artistic approach distorts certain shapes. Hard to say exactly what we're looking at. Flora's quite fond of that old thing. It's in poor shape, though.
Do you know what happened to it?
Can't say I do. That looks like it might belong to Poppy. It's unlike her to leave paint on the brush.
I think we'll give her a pass, given the circumstances.
Ah, yes. So we shall.
Does Flora normally keep something in here?
She must do, but I admit I've never managed to work out what.
Why not just ask her?
I feel like if somebody keeps something locked away in a ceramic egg, it's because they don't want to be asked about it.
Rules to live by.
Looks like Freya's paints.
Do you know why the pots are cracked down one side?
No, that's very odd. They're normally in excellent condition.
You seem pretty sure about that.
Why don't you ask Fiona about that one? Looks like her area of expertise. That looks like it might belong to Fitz. I've been carving for a couple of years now. I was hopeless when I started, but it didn't take me long to master it, as you can see.
Do you paint them yourself too?
I do indeed. Freya kindly taught me the basics. Nowadays, I can make just about anything I can imagine. Of course, this particular model is a self-portrait based on hard fact.
Hard fact, huh? So, you own a sword, Felix?
Of course. I own a great many. But my weapons are stored well away from Tangle Tower. safety first and all that. What's
그렇다.
this all about? Some kind of rare jewel?
I'm pretty sure the research is about a real insect.
If it's made of gold, then it's made of gold. Now this is still in very good condition, apart from the crack, of course.
What about those shards on the inside of the horn?
Looks like somebody broke a glass and was trying to conceal the evidence. Cunning. Goodness me! My daughter Fiona and her best friend. They grow up so fast.
Do you know why it's ripped like that?
Ah, yes. I didn't even notice. No idea. Oh dear.
Do you know who this is?
Not a clue.
왜 다 숨기는 거지?
The statue was up in the rooftop garden.
Yes, it's been there a while. You can see the brass is slightly tarnished by the elements, but it's not too bad. Might be salvageable. Why would someone lock up a book like that?
We think it's a secret diary.
Aha! Teenagers are funny, aren't they? That's one of Freya's paintings, is it not? It's impressive, but a little miserable for my tastes.
대답을 할 수 있는 건 이 정도일 것 같은데 나머지는 별로 상관이 없을
That
거고.
looks like it might belong to Fitz.
다음 사람 피피.
Name, Flora Fellow. Age, 44. Profession, unknown. Likes, unknown. Dislikes, unknown.
Isn't she your mother? How do you not know anything?
I believe other people may have discovered methods of reaching her, but I have little capacity for interpreting nonverbal communication.
And how long has Flora been non-verbal?
She has always been quiet, willing to speak when necessary, but not more.
So what happened to make her stop talking entirely?
She suffered a great loss, something she has been unable to move beyond. Name, Felix Fellow. Age, 53. Profession, none. Likes, collecting objects of negligible monetary value and assigning them personal value. Dislikes, the inescapable realities of human existence. Notes, Felix is my father and legal guardian.
And, is he a good dad?
I have no point of comparison, but I would say no.
No? Why not?
You asked me a binary question. Do not get upset that I provided one of the two possible answers.
What makes him a bad father, Fifi?
He has trouble expressing his emotions, and something of a willful detachment from reality.
Huh. Just like you, then.
Grimoire.
No, he is quite correct. Name, Fiona Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, amateur microbiologist. Likes, the meaningful archiving of
뭐 직업이라
information.
할 수 있어 근데?
Dislikes, the superfluous window dressing accompanying the majority of human contact. Notes, kindly disregard the polysyllabic form of my given forename and refer to me instead as Fifi.
How come you prefer Fifi?
How come you prefer Grimoire?
How are you related to the other fellows?
Fitz is my cousin. His father, a man named Flint, was my uncle.
Was?
I do not know if Flint is alive or not. He left Tangle Tower a long time ago.
And what about Freya? How are you related to her?
We share exactly one grandparent. Name, Haksha. Age, unknown. Profession, private detective. Likes, quote, being left alone. Dislikes, quote, being constantly badgered by a weirdo nerd with a clipboard. Name, Freya Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, artist. Deceased. understand this. Most people find me difficult. They exhibit a noticeable degree of discomfort when talking to me. There it is. Freya, who had a way of being an exception to any given rule, was not at all like this. She is very important, and I will not rest until I understand what has happened to her.
Did you spend a lot of time with Freya recently?
I will say this. In the past year, Freya became 1. Increasingly independent, and 2. Increasingly isolated.
Do you know why?
I do not. If you are looking for a speculative, empathetic opinion, try asking Poppy instead.
The three of you are friends.
We are of a similar age, and all highly gifted. 1 scientist, 1 artist, and 1 musician.
Sounds like quite a team.
Name, Fitzfellow. Age, 24. Profession, cryptobotanist. Likes soil, dislikes electric lights.
Hang on. Cryptobotanist? I thought he was just a gardener.
That may
실험적인
well
것들을
be
하고
his
있었으니까
preferred
그럴만도
label.
하지.
Mine, however, is more accurate.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot and you've got to be just barely 5.
So what's your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower. He was making every effort to avoid detection.
So?
He was also carrying a knife.
어허.
Name, Percival Pointer. Age, 57. Profession, none.
I'm pretty sure he's an astronomer.
Oh yes, of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful of me. Name, Penelope Pointer. Age, 27. Profession, ornithologist. Likes, birds. Dislikes, insects. Notes, Penelope is very beautiful. I have never had very much in common with her.
동경하는 건가?
Name, Poppy Pointer. Age, 19. Profession, apparently Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had of course originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of Christmas yet to come. What is your opinion of Tangle Tower?
Oh, it's impressive. Elaborate gardens, unique architecture.
Must be worth a fortune.
Why do you ask, Fifi?
I am the heir of the Fellow family and the Remington family. This makes me the sole beneficiary of Tangle Tower.
That's quite an inheritance.
They can't make you do anything, Fifi. If you don't want the house, just tell them. Or just sell it. Who cares?
You sound like her. I require facts. What do you know?
Well, we know Freya was stabbed with a knife, and then she fell.
Correction. She was stabbed with something. There was no knife found at the crime scene.
Apart from the one in the painting.
Which, as a mere abstract representation, does not count. Nobody has ever been stabbed by the concept of a knife. Curious. This belongs to Poppy. In fact, she owns a number of cassette tapes.
What happened to it, though?
It has been left underwater for an extended period of time.
Right. But why?
I do not know why.
누굴 위한 걸까?
The gramophone belongs to Poppy, but I believe she gave it to my mother, and my mother often loaned it to Freya. Or maybe it is the other way around.
When did it get cracked?
I cannot pinpoint it exactly. All I know is that it must have happened sometime in the last 2 days.
이틀 안 일어났다고?
Is she laughing?
The red paint on the brush is not paint. It is blood. Same for the palette.
So Freya added the blood to the painting herself?
Or blood got on the brush and palette some other way?
I do not know the answer. That belongs to my mother. I think she must be fond of eggs. There are a number of egg-shaped carvings to be found in the garden and in the Grand Hall.
Yeah, what's the deal with all the eggs?
Some people just like eggs.
Fifi, did you test the red paint in this pot?
Yes, I did. I discovered it too was blood, not paint.
A whole pot full of blood?
Not a whole pot. It is only partially full.
Yeah, but still.
생각은
Doesn't that
누구의
freak you
피라는 건
out?
안 나오지 않나?
No. In fact, it may be considered rather reassuring. That blade.
It's a troll for gardening.
It is. A wooden carving of my father, made by my father. Although, now that I look at it, I do not understand how he was able to paint the red parts without any red paint.
그렇네.
It is a model of Freya, made by my
여기는 또
father.
빨간 물감이 있네.
A model of Flora, you mean?
And a man with a beard. And a little red and white creature.
Why would my father make a model of Freya? Now this is interesting. Where did you find it?
In the astronomy tower.
And yet, it does not concern the field of astronomy.
Nope.
In fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
Yeah, you could.
I would not say that, however.
Oh, you wouldn't?
No, it would be quite naive. To study science in any field is to study the connections between all matter in the universe, living or inanimate. I am scared of birds.
Why?
It is an irrational fear. I have no suitable explanation.
Oh,
Why did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
What makes you think it was Poppy?
The statue lives in the music room. Who else would it be? Who is this her to whom the message refers?
well, I don't know exactly.
Then how can I meaningfully evaluate this object? Next!
예.
It is a flower. It reminds me of something, but I cannot say what.
뭔가 연관이
An item
있는
from
건가?
Poppy's childhood. Her earliest piano lessons hold some special significance for her.
Why's that?
No idea. She has never graced me with the details, and I am not forthcoming enough to ask.
You two are friends, right?
We are, yes.
But
It is clear to me now that Poppy has become tired of my company.
is it anything to do with Freya?
Oh, no. The changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya. Her concerns simply lie elsewhere. I believe Freya was attempting to communicate
소통?
something through this painting.
Any idea what it was?
I am not the person to ask. All I see is a blood-red mountain with angry storm clouds brewing above it.
이게
As
그런
such,
거야?
I cannot ascertain any meaning from it whatsoever.
그러지요.
What a mess. Penelope should tidy up after herself.
These weren't dropped by Penny. They were dropped by birds, I think.
My argument stands.
뭐?
What's
아?
wrong?
Earmuffs do not go on statues.
이
Freya
조상화는?
is normally highly skilled at capturing someone's likeness, but in this painting, she has accidentally made Flora look quite young.
I think she was just being kind.
Why is that kind? Anyway, I'm far more interested in what Flora is holding. I performed the test on the red paint myself. I discovered that it was in fact not paint, but blood.
What made you want to test it in the first place?
It was Poppy. She told me she thought the painting looked like a bloody knife. I told her not to be ridiculous. My mother owns no such knife. But then I noticed that the color was slightly too dark, and the substance itself was overly viscous.
You noticed that just from looking at it once?
Of course.
어허. 이거는
The
뭐?
fruit here has a unique chemical makeup. It makes them completely pointless. Unless you wish to cut it down and sell it as a precious stone.
It's not edible.
Depends
On what?
on the structural integrity of your teeth.
There's something about Felix's painting supplies. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
가자.
There's something about the report of Fitz going up Pointer Tower. Something suspicious.
그것도
Let's
그렇지.
ask him about it.
일단 이거 먼저. 근데 질문했었는데.
I've been carving for a... I was hopeless when
Do you paint them yourself too?
I do indeed. Nowadays, I can... Of course. This...
Hard fact, huh?
So
you...
of course. But my weapons are safety first and...
칼? 그다음에 이쪽으로 한번 가서 질문들을 여러 가지 해봅시다.
Felix is a contradiction. His loyalties are placed firmly within the realm of materialism, money, property. But his ego relies on an entirely fraudulent self-image, don't you think?
I was just about to say the same thing.
Fifi doesn't like me.
What did you do?
I'm not sure. If you find out, maybe you can let me know.
I imagine you don't visit the astronomy tower too often, do you?
No, but I still see Pointer, sometimes. He's always curious about what I'm growing in the greenhouse. Asks me about the birds, too, and insects. He's pretty clued up on his evolutionary biology.
I didn't think there was much overlap between astronomy and biology.
Penelope is my fiancée.
Don't take this the wrong way, but Penny doesn't really strike me as your type.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's... well, they make assumptions.
And how's the relationship doing recently?
Good. It's good.
세상에.
Poppy and I are friends.
Oh, I can buy that. Dark clothes, blue hair, an average of 3 words per sentence. Oh, you're like 2 peas in a pod.
She's very kind, and she has an interest in plants. Unusual flowers, mostly. I've been teaching her.
Right.
Is something wrong? Nice painting. Gives you a pretty good idea of the layout.
The lake looks like it forms a perfect circle around the island.
It might seem strange to you, but nature is quite capable of producing perfectly geometric forms.
And those mountain cliff things around the outside?
We don't know much about them. They're unscalable. Not even Freya could have gone up there.
What's that?
This painting, it's speculative. There are no photographs from this angle as far as I know.
So Freya just made it up.
Let's call it an informed estimation. Who gave you that information?
Well...
We don't actually know who it was. We were contacted anonymously.
I see. And what happens if the person who contacted you turns out to be the murderer?
I never thought about that.
Honestly, that would be kind of fun. Like a twist, you know?
That looks like it might belong to Poppy. How odd.
You ever seen this before, Fitz?
No, but I don't normally go into Fifi's room.
That's not where we found it.
Oh, I just thought it looks like it belongs to her.
비슷한 말 하는구만.
I've seen beetles with brightly colored shells, metallic shells even. They're relatively common, especially around here. There's a difference between that and actual gold.
It can't be actual gold. Gold is just inside the earth or whatever. You can't make it. It's called alchemy. It was a whole thing.
그리고 얘가 알만한 거?
What's with the broken glass? Felix made that? Huh.
What do you think that is in Flora's hand?
I don't know. It does look like a knife, but Flora wasn't holding anything at all when I saw her after the murder. But there's something bothering me. Something else.
What?
When we went into Flora's room, she wasn't standing in this position.
Well, she probably would have moved around a little bit by then.
She wasn't standing at all. She was kneeling on the floor. That belongs to Poppy.
So why is it up in Flora's tower?
I'm not sure. That looks like it might belong to Poppy. There's something off about this.
What is it?
Why don't you take another look at Flora's room?
You think we missed a clue up there?
Not exactly. It's an egg with feet.
It was locked, but we opened it, but it was empty.
fun story.
이곳은
A
알고
flower.
있나?
Yeah, it's a flower. We found it in Penny's room.
Okay.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower. I just don't have a reason to.
어?
That's quite sweet, really.
탑 같다는 혐의가 있어요.
So, Fitz, I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower, holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
걱정을 할 수가
A
있어?
guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
거짓말을 했다. 칼을 든 것을 봤다. 하지만 칼을 들었다고 하기에는 칼을 들고 할 행동이 없지 않나? 뭐 동물원에 가가지고 새를 잡아다 배를 갈랐던가. 모르겠는데요. 피피가 거짓말을 했다.
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
들고 있던 거? 삽?
What about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
피츠가 모종삽을 들고 포인터 탑으로 가야 할 이유는? 없긴 해. 파괴할 수 있는 것이다. 유일한 것. 묻기 위해 사용했다. 모종삽은 무언가를 묻기 위해 사용했다. 바로 정원에서 깃털한데 이유가 없긴
An
해.
ornate trowel was used. Nope.
그치요? 파괴할 수 있는 거 짝이 많은 세트가 있다. 무전사도 짝이 많은 세트가 있다. 이건 잘하는데 돌보는데 이 위에 파피의 방에서 이 꽃은 펜이 얘 방에서 나온 거고 이 열매는 얘가 갖고 있던 거고 파피의 방에서 나온 게 뭐야? 깃털한데? 이럴 리가 없잖아. 이건가?
An That's not right.
아니야? 피치는 포인트 탑 어딘가에 있는 식물을 돌봐줘야 하나? 예방하는
An ornate trowel is
이겁니까?
used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
나 이유를 모르겠는데 왜지?
That flower.
Yes?
I've never seen it before.
We need a clue to compare to that flower. Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
이 꽃과 이거?
We need a clue that's got
이것과
some...
관련된 증거? 이거랑 이거랑 꽃잎이 다르지 않나? 연관성 있는 거? 이거?
That's not right.
이거 아니야? 이 꽃이랑 연관 있는 거? 열매?
Let's take a closer look at these.
연관성? 모양이 있는 곳은 플로라의 방이며 뭔 말이야 이거? 화분의 흙, 작은 열매, 연속 같은 열매, 식물의 잎. 이 흙이 화분의 흙이 같은
The pot and soil in Penny's room matches
같아.
the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse. Let me guess. Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
숨길 이유가 있나?
No way what's a coincidence.
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
That's some gift.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly interested in looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again. When she's not there, water the flower, change the soil. Just trying to keep it alive.
그래요? 그게 전부입니까? 이쪽 방을 가볼까 해요.
What else would it be?
나머지는 다 물어봤었나? 안 물어봤네. 일단은 혐의를
I need to confirm something with you, Poppy.
Confirm away.
What can you tell us about this cassette tape? Is it yours?
It belongs to Freya. She liked to have music playing while she was
그걸
painting.
네가 준 거죠?
And do you know what kind of music is on this tape?
No idea. Acid jazz?
It's piano music. Sounds an awful lot like your music, to be honest.
Sure it doesn't belong to you?
Why are we even talking about this? Cassette tapes have been redundant for a good few years now.
The tape was found at the crime scene. It was in the gramophone.
It's not mine. I'd never own anything like that.
Why not?
Not my color.
궤변이죠? 당신은 예전 이런 색을 좋아했습니다. 색을 바꾸었습니다.
You used to like these colors.
Ridiculous.
We need a clue to compare with the cassette tape. Something that proves Poppy used to like these colors.
이건 네 사진 아니니?
Let's take a closer look at this.
딱 대식이야. 연관성 분홍색 카슬레 페퍼 플레이어 테이프 메시지 이게 뭐 뒤바뀐 거? 사건 현장에서 발견한 걸까? 이거 사건 현장에서 발견 상당히 작은 거? 최신 버전? 정원 이게 정원이 있었어? 아니지 사건 현장에 있었는데? 이것은 사건 현장에서 발견된 것과 일치한다. 금발 소녀. 카스트 플레이. 손짓. 더 작은 것은 최신 버전은? 정원이며 일치하는 것은? 뒤바뀐 것은? 카세트 플레이어가 현장에 있진 않지 않았나? 금발 소녀. 테이프의 메시지. 뒤바뀐 것. 사건 현장에서 발전. 그러면 카세트 플레이어나 플레이방. 우리 오래전 사진에서 퍼피가 사용한 것이다. 이건 맞는 것 같은데. 사건 현장에서 작은 것 최신 버전. 정원 아니고요. 정원 맞나? 아니지, 추궁기에서 꺼낸 거니까 사건 현장이지. 이거야?
The pink cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
사건 현장에 카스트 플레이가 있었어?
That is not me.
Yeah, it is. I'll prove it.
증명? 하나 이런 거 이제 조합하는 거야? 자, 들어가. 자, 변명해 보시지.
You look a little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable. It's clearly a photo of you with your two best friends. Why'd you tear it up and then hide it?
I think the answer is pretty straightforward.
이거는 넘어갔고, 파피는 더 이상 그렇게 보이고 싶지 않아. 이게 단서가 될 거는 모르겠는데? 피피와 프레야를 싫어해.
Poppy hates Fifi and Freya now.
You sure about that?
Not entirely. I think the answer is pretty straightforward.
아니야? 그렇게 보이고 싶지 않다. 는 왜지?
Poppy doesn't want to look like that anymore.
That's it. Makes this whole thing seem kind of irrelevant.
Maybe. It depends on the reason.
The reason she doesn't want to look like that anymore?
The passage of time is a powerful
불는구만.
thing.
Hold on. This means that pink cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used to. I recorded some piano music onto it and gave it to Freya as a gift. Years ago.
Freya could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the tape, the gramophone, and the murder.
There's one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
I have no idea.
추궁은 여기까지. 자, 물어가 보자. 자, 아닌데. 자, 우리 한번 얘기를 해볼까?
Is this your diary, Fifi? We found it in your bedroom.
Of course it is mine. Ridiculous question.
Why is it locked up like that?
You seriously require an explanation. Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary, is favored in particular by girls between the ages of 10 and...
So, there are secrets written in here?
왜 적었고 뭘 적었냐?
This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
누군가의 일기장이다? 그럴 가능성이 있긴 해. 사실 증거는 없지.
It's Fifi's diary, and she has written in it.
I'm not sure about that.
아닌
Me
것 같아?
neither.
This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
그럼 남의 거야?
It's somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my bedroom. It is mine.
We need a clue to compare with the diary. something to prove who the original owner was.
진짜 주인을 증명할 수 있는 것. 비밀 일기장이라? Now I will get her.
That's not it.
아니야? 이것과 연관이 있는 거? 뭐가 연관이 있을까? 이거? 말이 안 되지 않냐?
That's not it.
그치. 이거랑 연관이 있는 거? 금속 장치로 잠겨 있다. 기묘한 금속 장치?
That's not it.
아니야? 이유는 모르겠는데. 렌즈?
That's not it.
편지?
That's not it.
진짜 이건가?
That's not it.
나 뭔가 안 갖고 온 거 있어? 금속. 많이 봐서 다른 책. 일기처럼 생겼다. 기묘한 금속 장치로 잠겨져 있다. 별? 잠깐. 별? 이거?
That kinda makes sense, but no.
이쪽이냐?
Let's take a closer look at this.
아. 똑같은 것은
This blue book is the same thing as the secret diary,
색이
which
좀
proves
다른데?
it
애초에
belonged to
책은
Freya.
신경 쓰지도 않았는데.
You were hiding Freya's diary in your room, and you kept it locked, too.
Why would I do either of these things?
개인적인 비밀, 그림, 프레야, 파피. 없다고 생각했던 것은, 없앤 것은, 항상 의심했던 것은, 알지 못했던 것은, 누구에게도 알리지 않았던 것은 이걸 것 같은데. 서재 책 속에 있었다. 침실에 있었다. 프라야의 일기 속에 있었다. 그 소녀의 침실에 있었다. 피피. 아, 아닌데. 없다고 없앤 것은, 의심했던 것은, 알지 못했던 것, 알리고 싶지 않았던 것. 개인적인 비밀. 피피?
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets kept in her bedroom.
아닌가 봐.
Almost. Maybe just change.
없앤 것, 의심했던 것, 알지 못했던 것, 알리고 싶지 않았던 것. 일기 속에 모두가 알고 있었다. 정원의 서재. 이 그림은 뭐지?
Fifi, nope.
그럴 리가 없지. 피피가 누구에도 알리고 싶지 않은 사실이 적혀있나? 비밀 편지?
Fifi didn't want. That's not right.
뭘 알리고 싶지 않았을까? 일기에 쓴 것을 우리에게 알리고 싶지 않았다? 알리고 싶지 않았던 거? 피피는 프레야가 자신의 일기장에 쓴 것을 우리에게 알리고 싶지 않았다. 뭐라고? 파피?
Fifi, that's not right either.
반대로? 아니야, 일단 피피야. 아하,
Fifi
이거구나.
didn't want anyone to see personal secret.
Is this true, Fifi?
I know Freya was your friend, but if you're trying to hide something,
You did not know Freya, so this might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing, in her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
might be easier if you just let us read the diary, Fifi.
Very well. I will open it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
누군가를 의심했나?
All right, Fifi unlocked the diary.
Finally. What's in there?
그게 다시 보인다. 이번엔 실제로. 에? 환각? 나인가? 내가 그렇게 만든 건가? 그 그림을 찢어버려야 할 것 같다. 영혼 전달자는 성공이다. 장한 녀석. 이제 내게는 2개가 있다. 둘이 더 필요해. 중앙으로 가는 길을 찾았다. 하프랑 비교하면 굉장히 단순했다. 그들을 모두 봤다. 봐서 모두 눈을 까맣게 그었다. 하지만 모든 것에도 불구하고 나는 아직 지켜야 할 약속이 있다. 나는 최선을 다할 것이다. 그녀에게는 동반자가 있어도 좋을 것이다. 어쩌라고요? 자, 현 밑으로 갑니다.
So, about this paint we found in your room.
Nothing suspicious about it. I used it to paint, obviously. Totally normal thing to do.
We never said it was suspicious.
Come on then, out with it. What exactly are you accusing me of?
올바른 색이 아닙니다. 올바른 색은 무슨 말이야?
It's not your paint pot. Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine. I even have proof. Look, the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots. End of discussion.
That's not the end of the discussion.
뭐?
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint. Something to prove who it actually belongs to.
이거?
Let's take a closer look at this.
무장이 거식인데 이거랑
Freya's red paint pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
That red paint is from Freya's supplies, not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Why are you bothering me about paint anyway? And none of this is connected
그러면
to
이 사람의
your
그
murder.
물감 안에는 피가 들어 있었다고? 이 빨간 물감통을 가득 채운 건 아니긴 한데 피히
This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
Oh, that's definitely something.
피가 왜 들어있을까?
Right. Fine. Here's the story. I was busy working on a project when I suddenly realized I had run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure, so I politely asked Freya if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while, you know. Perfectly reasonable request.
But she said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So, well, I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
원래는 비어
You went
있었던.
into her room?
Not my proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday. I needed red to paint the final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Out of the question. It had to be red and white.
If you managed to finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end. After what happened, seemed a bit insensitive.
그런가요? 맞아, 질문들 해보자.
So there are 2 families living in Tangle Tower?
3 pointers and 5 fellows. 4 fellows.
What's the connection between them?
There isn't one. Not really. It was all built by the Remington family. Flora is a Remington, originally. So was Primrose, my mother. She married into the Pointers, and Flora married into the Fellows.
So the fellows and the pointers own the house now?
Flora owns the house. Depending on who you ask, that means her husband Felix owns it too.
What about your father?
His claim over the house kind of fell apart after my mother left.
Where's your mother now?
No idea.
There's
something I noticed about Freya's knife wound.
Hit me.
From what we could tell, the blade went in at an exact right angle, perpendicular to Freya's body. And there's only one small pool of blood. Nothing on Freya's hands or anywhere else. The whole thing is just a little too
빈통에다가
peaceful.
피를 담았나?
This is mine.
Really?
No, well, yes, it was. I gave it to Freya about a year ago.
What was on it?
Nothing. It was blank. Freya said she wanted to record something.
Any idea how it ended up underwater?
Maybe someone wanted to destroy it, but got really lazy. Don't you think that's weird? That the letter isn't addressed to anyone? Or signed by anyone?
Someone's being deliberately secretive.
Or they're trying to manipulate you.
글쎄.
When I first saw it, I thought it looked like Flora was holding a knife, with blood on the tip.
You don't think that anymore?
No, it was a stupid thing to say. The room was dark. I was in shock. I'm just an idiot.
But it was blood on the tip. If you hadn't said anything, maybe Fifi wouldn't have checked.
Exactly. It's stupid.
But we would have missed out on an important clue.
Is it a clue? Really? Tell me how it's a clue. Tell me how it helps. Nothing about the knife makes any sense. It's just freaking everyone out. Wish I'd never said anything. It was my mother's originally.
So, why is it up in Flora's room?
She just gets the most use out of it. Freya would borrow it too sometimes. Freya would always load up the palette with all the exact colors she was gonna need. I think it helped her zone out and focus on the actual painting itself. Like getting all your sheet music lined up before playing a long piece.
Right. So the blob of black paint in the middle, that was for painting Flora?
Flora's dress, yeah. She wears even more black than I do. What was inside?
Nothing.
Huh.
Why is the glass cracked down one side?
Natural wear and tear, maybe?
No way. Freya took good care of her stuff. Oh, you've been to the greenhouse? What did you think?
Impressive, I guess. But kind of unsettling, with Fitz lurking in the shadows the whole time.
Yeah, he does that. Is that a gardening trowel?
Yeah, I think it belongs to Fitz.
Really? Huh, never seen him use it. Whose paints are those?
They belong to Felix, I think.
Is that supposed to be Flora?
Possibly?
Oh, How nice. You get some weird insects around here, but I've never seen one like that.
I'm not sure anyone has.
Freya might have. She used to keep beetles in a box in her room.
Why?
For fun, obviously. I think it's kind of cruel to keep 3 birds in one cage like that.
Does Penny not let them out to fly?
Oh, she does. She must do. But I don't think they're allowed to go far. Penny can be a little protective. Those petals,
What about them?
Nothing?
it's nothing.
야,
They're just unusual.
평범하지 않다?
Never seen that one before. Was it in the greenhouse?
No, we found it in Penny's room.
Right. Is that Fifi's diary? I'm sure I've seen it in her room before.
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written in there?
Nope. I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate me invading her privacy.
I thought you and Fifi were close.
Yeah, we are. It's just Fifi's gotten kinda impatient with me recently.
Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure she'd tell you if you asked.
Oh, she would. She'd give it to me straight. Probably why I've been avoiding it.
인물 관계는 안 물어봤네.
Needless noise from tongues expel, unless within the mouth they dwell. The spoken word, unfit for dealing with the shifting form of
뭐냐 이
feeling.
회상이냐
Stand
감상이냐.
unblinking in the face of taciturn and soundless space.
갑자기 시를 읊어야?
Foregone drifter, holding fast. Days a shadow seeker past. Is it bravery or surrender? Accepting that your world will render nothing darker than the gloom. Some 4 walls make round a room.
말아.
Between the lips a silver spoon, a story written all too soon. The chosen dwelling of her heart, unjustly chosen to depart. Lost her liberation lays in the center of a maze. With surging tide, the waves are thrown, an entity of all its own. But on its surface you may see, reflected in the waters be, the orchestrator, pale and still, pulling strings, enacting will.
뭔 말을 하고 싶은 걸까?
Hard of head, but free of mind, unimprisoned, unconfined. With starry eyes, she sees beyond, behind our walls, beneath our pond. A soul untied, it's hers, it's free. Was then, is now, will ever be. Softly does the flower grow, all in time, and time is slow. Rest a seed within the earth, but do not rush its gentle birth. Hour by hour, day by day, tune your heart to nature's way. Eavesdrop what the stars are saying, earthly tether, slowly fraying, floating helpless from the worst of jealous hunger, selfish thirst. Take a moment, kneel and meet the flowers growing at your feet. Feathers flashing in the light from a sunbeam gleaming bright. I shield my eyes and turn my head, but all at once I've been misled. Light is shining on the stage, but through the railings of a cage. That's me. I'm on a list of murder suspects.
그치?
Always thought that would be kind of cool, but it's just tedious.
Falls a little short, doesn't it?
또 물어봤구만.
Did you get anything useful out of him?
Not sure. What about you?
Nothing worth committing to paper.
I think he knows more than he lets on.
Probably. But talking with him is so tedious. Considerably intelligent, and her powers of observation are enviable. But she has no ambition. No focus.
In her defense, she's still a teenager.
Barely. I'll say this, he's well suited to physical labor.
That's a nice way to put it.
Fitz spends most of his time alone in the greenhouse, but I heard he's been breeding experimental flowers in secret.
Whoa, scandal.
I just wonder if he's getting restless. Professor Pointer's a respectable astronomer. Keeps himself to himself. What?
We're just surprised.
That was the most polite you've been about anyone.
I find her rather embarrassing. Little more than a spoiled child.
Penny must be at least 25.
27. Just makes it worse. Poppy has remarkable musical talent. She could be famous, wealthy even, if she wanted to.
She'd probably have to leave Tangle Tower first.
Quite. Where'd you dig that up?
It wasn't buried. It was underwater.
Someone trying to conceal evidence, perhaps? Conveniently left anonymous. It's useless until you can prove to whom it concerns. Can you do that?
No?
No. I believe that was in Flora's room yesterday, but it was not cracked when I saw it last.
범행
Paint is
당시
still wet.
Yeah, well, we know Freya was in the middle of painting when she was killed.
Do you know that? How? Because you were told? Paints?
Yep.
Paints.
Mm-hmm.
This belongs to you, Hawkshaw?
Correct.
에?
And, what is it?
It's my handheld microscope for up-close investigation work.
What do you magnify with it?
Trace particles, dust, oils, clothing fibers.
Have you used it here at Tangle Tower?
I have. I used it to examine the greenhouse only 2 days ago.
What were you looking for?
That is between myself and my
아나 비밀
client.
참 많네 그.
The people here are surprisingly materialistic, considering how sheltered they are.
Materialistic?
Growing this fruit simply because it produces a gemstone-like material. For what possible purpose, other than financial gain?
You're speculating.
What would you do, Grimoire, if you could grow valuable stone straight from the earth?
하겠죠?
This is a potential murder weapon, is it not?
I don't know. I don't think the murderer would leave the murder weapon just lying around.
I think you'd be surprised as to what people leave lying around. I'd tell him not to quit his day job, but he hasn't got one, has he? These figurines remind me of a case I once solved involving a possessed doll. Turned out to be a bit of a smokescreen, as these things often do.
Your life sounds fun. Grimoire, why don't we ever have fun adventures like that?
Are we not having a fun adventure right at this very moment?
Where did you find this?
Do you have any theories about where this might have been?
Or who might have had it?
I have several theories, but they are my theories, and I'm not going to share them.
아나 진짜.
3 birds, 1 cage. What makes them worth keeping cooped up, I wonder? Would they not be happier flying free?
But then they might fly away from Tangle Tower entirely.
I wonder if they would. Some breed of amphibious humanoid, potentially bipedal, although none of the statues show the creature's feet.
I guess we'll never know.
These people really are ridiculous, aren't they? And you consider that important evidence, do you? Who's that?
Not sure. It doesn't really look like anyone we've met so far.
Strange. Is that a clue?
Dunno. It was important enough to be framed, though.
I framed my law degree, doesn't make it a clue.
Same? Yeah?
I admit, it's powerful. Freya was a talented young woman.
Someone even liked it enough to take a photo of it.
Now, we don't know why they took the photograph, do we? Perhaps they just wanted it for reference. A photograph of Freya could be important. A diary. Have you read it?
Not yet. It's locked.
And you haven't attempted to force it open?
That would be cheating.
장소 같은 거를.
Do you also have a pile of leaves as a clue?
Oh, not yet. Did you see some suspicious leaves?
One of 3 statues depicting the same creature. This
세동상?
one is wearing headphones. Perhaps they belong to someone who likes music.
They're not headphones. They're earmuffs for blocking out sound.
Perhaps they belong to someone who doesn't like music.
다 물어봤구만. 그러면
There's something about Hawkshaw's handheld microscope. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
수상해?
This little microscope thing? You said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense if you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention of disclosing that
사금이라도
information.
찾아오라 그랬는데.
You're such a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry. We already worked out what you're searching for.
이거 아니야?
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
So, that's what you were looking for in the greenhouse? This beetle?
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He's not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse.
현미경이 아니라 망원경이라 그랬던 것 같은데.
It's not a microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
피피에 따르면은 휴대용 현미경이 쓰는 건 피피에 따르면은 망원 렌즈.
The handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it.
그랬었지.
I'm inclined to believe Fifi when it comes to stuff like this.
Hawkshaw, why did you lie about owning a telescope?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to become?
갑자기 동심 얘기로 돌아간다고?
A detective? Naturally.
Emperor of the Galaxy?
I wanted to be an astronomer.
Really?
I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider universe. A fool's errand, to be sure, but a seductive one. At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world around me. And so, I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little telescope?
A memento from my childhood. Little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider it something of a planetary alignment.
고용주까지
I
밝히네.
had hoped he might sign my telescope. An extremely childish indulgence, I admit.
I never would have guessed.
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
돈아니라.
So, who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect is your murder victim.
아하. 그랬었군요. 그 다음에 이분께 한번 가볼까요? 자, 말해봐.
No, it's probably quite impressive. To a visitor, fresh eyes and all that.
Not to you?
Try living in it for 20 years. The sheen wears off. If it wasn't for my fits, I'd have little reason to stay.
What about inheritance? You're the next oldest Pointer after your uncle, aren't you?
Well, thank you very much for phrasing it like that. But no, any money left in the Pointer family will pass down directly to Poppy.
Is that fair?
I couldn't care less, to be perfectly honest. finally! I get to see a detective's case file.
That's a very specific thing to be excited about.
Well, only last week I asked that miserable Hawkshaw woman if I could see her case notes.
I'm guessing she said no.
Would have been much more polite if she had just said no. Instead, she was quite rude to me. Accused me of being, what was it? A shallow sensationalist. Goodness me, Poppy really doesn't take care of her belongings, does she?
It wasn't in Poppy's room. It was in the little pond in the garden.
Exactly! Hardly the place for it. Hello. Who penned this juicy little number?
그렇죠?
We don't know. It's not signed.
뭐지?
An
비밀 문서인가?
anonymous letter? Classic clue.
그러니까 이거에 관련돼서 나온 단서가 하나도 없어.
I doubt Freya intended it, but the overall effect is a little unsettling. Don't you think? It's Flora that's the problem. She's an inescapably haunting presence, bless her. Poppy's gramophone. She's had it for a long time. As a young child, she'd call it her mama phone, on account of it belonging to her mother.
That's cute.
Oh yes, adorable. How terrible.
You recognize it?
The color scheme. 3 different pinks. Obscene.
응?
Oh, that's rather sad. Gaudy old thing, isn't it? Flora seems very fond of it. I've never understood why. But then I could say the same thing about her husband.
Heyo!
Freya doesn't take very good care of her paints, does she? But then she was always rather bohemian, had her own priorities. I don't know what that is. Ooh, delightful. More of a gemstone than a fruit, isn't it?
Inedible, too, I think.
Yes. At one point I thought Fitz might be growing them to sell
이야기를
them.
나눈 적이 있는
But
건가?
honestly, I think he just likes the way they look. A bit vain to carve wooden figurines of oneself, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken, that little red and white one is supposed to be a bird of some kind.
저 이동한 거라.
Not a fan of insects myself. Whose research is this?
We were hoping you might know.
No, can't say I. Freya, perhaps. I know she was always very fond of grubby little things like this.
Noted.
Haven't seen this one in a while.
오랜만에 본다.
He lives in the music room,
아하.
doesn't he?
하긴.
Currently.
I know a lot of people rather like this painting, but it's a little much for me. I find it overbearing. And for some reason, it makes me feel bad for Freya. I think she was more troubled than we knew. Freya was very talented, even at that age.
Do you know how old this photo is?
Not sure. Must be a couple of years at least. Sometime before Fiona settled on her current style. Ooh, a secret diary.
That's our guess too.
Excellent.
다 물어봤어.
A fellow bird enthusiast. She's quite the expert, truth be told. Studied them professionally at one point. I think her father taught her.
Are you friends with Flora?
A little bit.
A little bit friends.
She's one for the peace and quiet. I dare say I'm a little too loud for her.
I can see that.
I do admire her, though, really. Always felt like she could have done better than settle for Felix.
Ouch.
I said it. I must say, I really don't care for the den of self-delusion that he's retreated into. People are better off when they just let themselves be themselves. Between you and me, I think Felix is secretly rather miserable. She mostly ignores me, if I'm honest.
How come?
Well, we're not quite on the same intellectual level.
세대가리.
Oh. You don't need to.
No, it's quite all right. I'm comfortable with it. She's a most unsavory little... She was incredibly rude about my appearance.
Which part? the giant bird arms or...
If I were her, I'd go easy on the judgment of others. I mean, look at her. She looks like the ghost of a scarecrow. I just wish Uncle Pointer would tell her to behave herself.
Professor Pointer? Why him?
Oh, it was Uncle that called her in. She's his responsibility. Did you not know that?
오, 말을 나누다 보면 정보가 새는구나.
She'd sit in the aviary, first thing in the morning, and paint the birds. Sometimes she'd ask me their names.
Freya was interested in studying bird species too?
No, just wanted to know their names. Isabelle, Clementine, Myrtle, Lysandre, Genevieve.
Got it, thanks.
For my 21st birthday, she gave me a framed painting. All the birds from a single spring, with their names written underneath. I can't begin to tell you how much I've treasured it.
Sounds like you two were close.
I feel like I always struggled to articulate my admiration for her, but she had a way of understanding unspoken things. Isn't he strapping?
He is big.
And so brooding.
Kinda sulky, yeah.
I can never tell what's going on in that beautiful head of his.
It just sounds like you don't know him very well.
I don't remember asking for your input. Can't say I've ever taken an interest in Uncle's astronomy. On occasion, I've dared to visit him in his tower, but I always regret it. It's all just a little too abstract for me.
What do you mean?
Oh, did you know the sun is apparently over 400,000 miles wide? Okay, so what should I do with that information? How does it help me?
Don't look at me. You're the one who memorized it.
Oh, she's beautiful. Who is she?
되게
Wait,
별로다.
is that me? Oh, did you talk to Poppy already?
Yeah, a little bit.
And did you make any notes of what she told you?
Yeah, I did.
Lovely. Burn them. It'll all be lies.
Why would Poppy lie to us?
Because that's what she does. She's a snake. Looks like one, too.
Don't you think you're being a little unfair,
사이즈는
Penny?
좋네.
She started it.
하. 뭔가를 얻지 못했어. 집은 아였던 게 이건가? 다 물어봤네. 일단 가지고 있는 선에선 말이지.
So, which one is Tangle Tower?
What's that?
There are two towers, right? Flora's tower and your astronomy tower.
Neither? Truly, I have no idea. You'd have to ask Flora.
She named the house?
The whole thing is a result of her squabbling with her family.
With Felix, you mean? Her husband?
No, her brother and sister, and her father. The Remington family was a rather tumultuous little unit, you see. But I don't think Flora has spoken with any of them in over a decade. Not exactly a wealth of information, is it?
It's enough.
Isn't the process of decay fascinating?
It's not really decaying. It's plastic.
It's becoming one with nature, all the same. Where on earth did you find that?
아십니까?
It was in a bush outside. I think someone threw it away.
How peculiar. I find that painting to be in rather bad taste.
Oh, yeah?
The knife with real blood on it? The whole thing is rather vulgar. Pointer property originally, purloined by the fellows. Typical.
죽음기가?
I haven't seen that tape for a long time.
아, 맞네.
Who broke it?
No idea.
Ah, well, possessions are fleeting, my friends. Here's a thought. Do you suppose the paintbrush could be the murder weapon? After all, it was found at the scene, right next to Freya's body.
I guess it's possible.
Curious little thing, isn't it? Do you know what she keeps in there?
Nothing. At the moment. It was empty when we opened it.
How bizarre.
Can't a woman keep an empty egg in her room?
Is this important?
Possibly.
Fitz seems rather keen to grow things like this in his greenhouse, doesn't he?
What's wrong with that?
Well, you can't eat it. Makes you wonder why he bothers at all. Oh, you found a murder weapon?
Steady on. It's just a gardening trowel.
Looks like a weapon to me. This is supposed to be Felix, is it?
I think so.
I see he's afforded himself considerable artistic license. This looks a little rushed, even by Felix's standards.
At least he tried.
Yes, I suppose it's good for the old fellow to have a hobby. Keeps his mind from decaying, you know. That's rather a small cage for 3 birds, isn't it? But then, aren't we all trapped in a cage? Curious creature, isn't it? Some sort of amphibious bipedal fishman.
Playing a trumpet.
Playing a trumpet, yes. Well now, that is most definitely none of my business. Quite possibly none of yours either. What kind of flower is that?
We're not sure. I think it might be the only one of its kind.
Primrose would know. My wife was a floriculturalist. Best in the field.
화예가?
That's a flower joke, but she was.
Interesting.
What a precious photograph. She hasn't changed a bit, has she?
Who?
Oh, if you don't know, perhaps I don't either. Oh my, this is the first piece that Primrose ever learnt on the piano. Primrose, that is Poppy's mother. She passed it down to Poppy when she started teaching her how to play.
Poppy's piano teacher was her mother?
Of course. Warms my heart to know that after everything, Poppy still has it up on her wall. Freya was well acquainted with the abstract, I'll say that much.
What does it look like to you?
To me, it's a big, red thing.
What a fascinating interpretation.
He's right, though. It is a big red thing.
Poppy's 2 closest friends. Freya looks so innocent there. A diary can be a
How do you know
I
it's
suppose
Poppy?
it does. I think you may wish to adjust your threshold of what you consider to be a clue. I've seen those earmuffs before. They're the ones Fitz always wears when he's out the front gardening.
Always wears?
Whenever I've seen him, yes. A listless soul drifting through the ether.
What's wrong with her?
Not sure. She's always been troubled. Comes from a dysfunctional family. I'd say you could ask her about it, but I think you might find that to be a bit of a dead end. He should learn to make the most of his lot in life. And he does have a lot in life.
You're talking about money?
Among other things, but yes, he currently has agency over a small fortune. That is, if he hasn't already squandered it or lost it.
You two don't get on?
Oh no, we're the best of friends. Ah yes, the heiress of Tangle Tower. Goodness knows what'll happen when she takes charge. I dare say she'll confiscate my telescope and replace it with a microscope.
She doesn't seem to be the type to impress her will on others.
Still, keep an eye on her. Dangerously intelligent, that one.
You sound jealous. Wait, are you two science rivals?
Oh no, we operate on very different wavelengths. Literally. Hard to read, that one, but she seems to know what she's doing.
She's kind of mean.
You know, I simply assumed all detectives were sharp, rigorous, and thorough. Then, of course, I met you. Nobody could deny her talent. She was remarkable, artistically gifted, but also highly intelligent.
Those two things aren't mutually exclusive, you know.
Was she ever interested in astronomy?
I don't think she was. The fault may well lie with me for failing to inspire her. but I think she was captivated by more tangible things here on Earth. My daughter loved her. Fiona, too. That said, in the last year or so, more and more I've begun to notice her by herself, wandering the gardens at the most peculiar hours. She must have explored every inch of the grounds 100 times over. Quite a restless spirit, I think. I'm surprised she chose to live at Tangle Tower as long as she did. What do you want me to say? He's the gardener.
He's a member of the family.
Yeah, but not the Pointer family.
What happened to his parents, do you know?
His father, Flint, is Felix's brother. Strange man. Don't think anybody knows what happened to him, but he certainly doesn't live here anymore.
What about his mother?
Emily? I've not met her. She never actually married into the fellow family. Her relationship with Flint was, it was short-lived. I don't especially want to talk about myself. Introspection often leads to vanity.
Wait, does it?
Why don't we discuss the moons of Jupiter instead?
I'm not sure if we have time. Aren't there like 10 of them?
83.
Yeah, we don't have time.
Ah, Penelope, our resident ornithologist.
Penny's your niece, is that right?
At this moment in time, until she marries the gardener.
She'll still be your niece.
But she'll depart from the world of the Pointers and join the Fellows. Like rats deserting a sinking ship. My Poppy, my pride and joy. Exceptionally talented pianist from a young age. She... Hold on. Why is she on your list of suspects?
Because she's a suspect.
Oh, no. I can personally vouch for her innocence. She'd never... Well, the truth is, she loved Freya very dearly.
If you don't mind me asking, what happened to Poppy's mother?
Primrose? She was Flora's sister, a Remington by birth. The playing field has never really been even since she left.
Where did she go?
Away. She went away.
모든 사람들과 모든 단서들을 가지고 얘기를 나눴던 것 같은데. 뭐로보다 마른 게 있나?
What is...
단서들을 불러볼까? 이거 자체로는 수상한 걸 찾을 수는 없어. 사람들과의 대화 안에서 찾아야 되지. 그렇다면 아직까지 안 나온
Stairs.
사람들은 뭔가 새로운 무언가를 찾아낸 다음에
Finally, we get to investigate a
It's
murder
not
in this.
새로운 뭔가 그 뭐라 그러지? 아무튼 접점을 찾아내서 물어봐야 될 것 같은데 조사를 안 한 데가 어디가 또 있지? 뭔가 나올 만한데
It's a bird bath.
The birds?
They're even sick.
Please don't do that.
여기서부터는 그럴 것 같진 않은데 방을 뒤져보면 뭔가 있지 않을까?
Just
Up
nothing
to
weird.
you.
Empty.
More handwritten sheet music.
A single. How very.
Yeah, weird.
Oh, thank. Wouldn't want it to be dark. Anything.
Nothing you need to know about.
Anything.
Nothing you need to know about. It's an octopus.
No. It has 6 legs. Nothing. Don't say it.
Sextopus.
That.
I thought vampires
This is a vampire who needs firm support. That.
I thought
This is a
vampire-
vampire who needs firm support.
gloomy.
But roomy. A lamp. It is most definitely.
뭔가를 더 찾을 수는 없나?
Oh, thank. Wouldn't want it to be dark.
다른 방으로 가봐야 될 것 같은데.
Ever get the feeling you're
The mannequin's dead.
That's not.
여기서 찾은 게
That's
There's something just feels out of place.
이거는 조사를 했었고. 다른 방에서 수상한 점을
Who plays the
So I'm guessing nobody.
Oh, whatever.
I'll let that
What's with
practice.
all the broken glass?
이것도 조사를 했었고.
Sheet music.
That's a lot.
Probably while they're on the floor. 1.
Yep.
25.
Mm-hmm.
4.
Yeah.
Am I the only one seeing the problem? All right.
Spooky murder
Spooky murder mansion. It's one of those.
Don't touch it.
Why not?
Might be haunted.
여기서도 더 볼만한 건 없는 것 같은데.
What else would it be?
그러면 다른 곳으로. 이쪽에서 이 단서를 찾았어.
Hanging
To
basket.
you,
You're only
2 inches makes all the difference. Is that
too
true?
shiny. I think it's
Safe
going.
to eat.
I'm gonna say no. Hanging
To
basket.
you,
You're only
2 inches makes all the
tools used by gardening.
뭔가 더 수상해 보이는 거는
Bit of a decadent floor. Tools used by gardening.
없는 것 같은데. 이거
A little chart. Actually, I have no idea what it's about. Kinda reminds me of a periodic table. Kinda reminds me of a periodic table.
Greek letters? Greek letters?
Kinda reminds me of a periodic table. Kinda reminds me of a periodic. Kinda reminds me of a periodic. Kinda reminds me of a periodic. Kinda reminds me of a periodic.
Greek letters?
Kinda reminds me of a periodic.
확대는 되긴 하는데 뭐가 되진 않아.
What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot.
딴 데 가봐야겠네. 내가 어딜 안 뒤져봤더라?
Oh.
What?
Oh.
Oh yeah. Tangle.
Twir.
Little bird.
How do you know they're for birds? Is that
Let's read it.
Isn't that
No,
정리해서
definitely.
찾았고. 봤던 거고.
the pond has
See,
more superfluous?
it's a statue of
Playing a
someone
harp.
playing a harp. Hang on a second. This isn't just a regular statue, is it?
Something tells me we're not going to solve this just yet.
이거는
Let's come
없는 것
back.
같습니다.
It must do something.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
학교 동상. 일단은 돌아다니면서 증거를 좀 더 확보한 다음에 사람들한테 질문을 하는 편이 좋지 않을까 싶습니다.
A door.
Oh, what's
A
behind it?
room. There
It's a-
could be more.
이건 봤었고. 이건 뭐지?
Sally, check those plants for clues.
Is soil a clue?
Sally, check those.
Is soil a clue? Fine,
It's
don't
not
ruin this.
여기는 없을 것 같고. 어느 방을 가서 봐야 될까? 여기를 좀 더 살펴볼까?
It's a big
Biggest
stone.
first one too.
These
I didn't know we were supposed to be smelling.
you ever
Not
see
in real life.
a shop?
AKA a greenhouse. A pointless
I don't
one
know.
play hide
I
and
could be
seek.
persuaded. It's Tangle Tower. Or at least
Tangle
it's the
Tower.
mansion.
It's a turned into
Ah,
sport
what
behind by the same wizard.
여기?
My little
There's nothing written in the book.
bird
The
died.
beautiful. Someone.
Bird
The
died.
beautiful. Someone.
Bird
The
died.
beautiful. Someone. I don't like
How
it.
do
I
you
do it by weight. I can feel. They're bird. But the birds.
that a
Oh,
mouth?
it totally is. Check
Looks
out.
even-
Wow, judgmental.
What's
I think
또
they're
배수를 세고. 이건 뭐지?
I feel like I'm standing in a giant. I feel like I'm standing in a giant.
여기도 이상 고생할 건 없을 것 같고. 천문방에 뭔가 더 있을까?
Trinkets.
They're clearly giz.
Every
I
astronomer.
want to try.
관찰이 가능하다?
You can see right into
Not
Flora.
by accident.
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. She's looking up. Behind her is the backside of the easel holding Freya's unfinished painting.
이쪽에서 관찰할 수가 있다?
I can't really see anything behind it. Not from this angle.
여기서 계속 밖을 보고 있다고 하지 않았어? 수상한데?
It's the tower opposite.
It's that little.
Don't you think
Maybe it's glued down.
You can see right into
Not
Flora.
by accident.
I can see behind her. Can't really see. I can just
can't get the-
weird.
Is that? Is there another room?
We should check that next time we're over there.
오, 새로운 위치인가?
I can just about see the. I can see the door. The door itself is on the floor. Isn't this supposed to be an astronomy telescope?
그러니까
I'm pretty sure you need to see the sky for astronomy to work.
I can't move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
고정이 돼 있다?
There's
수상한데?
something about Pointer's astronomy habits. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
다시
So, Professor, what interests you about astronomy exactly?
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your mind to the wider universe, it cannot be unexpanded.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been an astronomer?
I really don't like to give exact values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these things?
I have a theory about you, Professor.
Oh? Go on.
You're not really interested in astronomy at all.
What could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly different field of research.
그것은 이거
That's not it.
not now I will get help. 수상하죠?
That's not it.
엥? 이겁니까? 이거지.
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects. My studies focus only on the inconceivably
이거
large and
의뢰했었지.
the unimaginably
실종에 관해서.
far away.
Right. That's why you like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally. My little portal into another world.
Yeah, about that.
과연 망원경이 실제로 보고 있던 것은 범죄 현장.
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
변명해 보시지.
First, you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist. Now you're accusing me of, what, spying?
Are you spying?
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen, and it's made you paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
Might not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's a very precious specimen, incredibly rare, valuable in ways you could never understand. Freya was always sneaking around, both towers and in the gardens too. She was definitely up to something.
So, this next question is important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
No, I didn't. When I looked into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
플로라?
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window. I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark. The telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
Freya was definitely up to something.
뭔가를 쫓고 있었어.
Something to do with the statue in the garden, I think.
정원이 있는 동상.
Maybe we should go back and...
여기요. 이거요?
What animal?
Hawk.
Right, a hawk bear.
이거요?
I'm still not sure.
Should we take another look?
아니야?
Let's come back.
이거요?
Spooky. What do you think it's for?
I think it's to
Is
scare.
it working?
No.
뭐가 생겼는데 이거?
This wasn't here before.
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy.
There's a note stuck.
What does it say? Grimoire?
그리모어? 제 새로운 친구입니다. 음악을 좋아하죠. 단순한 선율은 그의 영혼을 감동시킬 겁니다. 둘에게 행운을 빕니다. 프레야. 일종의 나무 장난감 유리판 밑에 어두운 잉크층이 있습니다. 그렇군요.
What do you think? Is it really from her?
프레야?
How can it be?
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea. Hold on.
Well,
It's a perfect match.
오.
well, it's confirmed.
그러면은
We have a ghost helping us.
Let's keep this to ourselves for now.
숨겨진
What
방에
about the little
있지
wooden
않을까?
toy thingy?
아까 그 이뻐?
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
Tangle Tower. 나 끝나지 않은 사건. 자, 가볼까? 이 방에 말이지. 누가 있을까? 다락방. 뭐야 이 늑대 인간은?
It's a statue of a wolf, standing up straight, like a man.
You know there's a name for that.
I know.
It's not quite as dusty as everything else up here. Also, it's not a statue.
에?
It's stuffed.
채워져 있다? 액체 같은 게?
What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at least.
You know, maybe I won't open it.
왜 열어보지? 중요한 단서가 될 수도 있는데 말이지.
Just dusty junk.
Nothing catching my interest.
I'm sorry, is this spooky attic boring you?
Kinda.
빛이 새어 들어오는 건가?
What is that?
Not sure. Some
감기?
Looks
kind
like it might attach to something.
실감기? 빨간 바줄?
Just dusty junk.
Nothing catching my interest.
Sorry, is
Kinda. Nothing catching.
sorry.
Kinda.
Just dusty junk. Just dusty junk.
Someone painted out the window.
창문을 칠했다?
Do you think it was done recently?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious. It's a jar.
Huh.
그럴듯한 건 다 눌러본 것
Nothing
같은데?
catching my interest.
Sorry.
Kinda. Nothing catching.
Sorry.
Kinda.
그렇다면 뭐 할라 했지 애초에? 일단은 당신에게 질문을 하겠습니다. 제가 가진 단서들로요.
I'm sure I've read about this creature somewhere. Don't remember anything about him playing the harp, though. Is that for sewing?
Maybe.
We have no idea.
얻은 게 없네.
Do you know what this is?
Guess not.
허. 또 다른 걸 찾아와야 돼. 정원. 근데 정원은 다 두들겨 봤는데.
It's
He's
an
playing.
ezo,
Well,
so
they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
피치의 방.
Quit sulking. Not every room is going to be full of clues. That poor
Looks pretty
healthy. I
healthy.
think it would rather be outside.
뭔가 단서를 좀 더.
Freya's painting supplies. The whole room is
Yeah, there might be a reason for that.
the whole room.
Yeah, there might be a reason. A bunch of old covered in dust now, but they look.
Supposedly, Freya looks like
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
the outline of Freya Fellow. Looks like there's a single patch of blood, right in the middle. No real signs of a struggle.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the canvas,
So?
so she was probably standing really close to the canvas when she fell.
Let's check the case file again.
플로라 펠로우 44세라 했는데 말이지. 좀 멀지 않아?
There's a single. No.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the canvas, so she was probably standing really close to the canvas when she fell.
그치?
Let's check the case file again.
그림 중 사망. 플로라의 탑. 플로라는 현장에서 초조한 모델 포즈를 취하고 있었다. 프레야 펠로우는 등을 바닥에 대고 쓰러진 채로 발견됐으며 가슴에 단 하나의 자상을 입은 상태였다. 현장에서 어떤 무기도 발견되지 않았지만 프레야가 끝내지 못한 그림 속 주인공은 칼을 들고 있었다. 칼 끝에 빨간색 물감에다 피인 것으로 확인되었다. 단서를 다시 확인하라고? 사건 파일을? 여긴 좀 먼데? 사진을 어떻게 찍은 거지? 그리고 내가 뭘 해야 되는 거지? 프레야는 그림에 직접 피를 묻혔다. 뭐가 되는 건데? 이건 뭐지? 정문에서 수한 멜로디가 들리지 않았어? 그치? 새들이? 새들이랄까. 새소리.
It's a garden, I think.
we-
Ready when you are.
It's a little boat. We use the only
What
way.
a comforting thought.
새소리. 또 다른 소리가 났던 데가 있었나?
I'm
Should we take another look?
이게 새소리라는 건 알아. 피아노. 한 개, 두 개, 세 개, 네 개, 다섯 개.
Let's come back later.
메트로놈?
We already solved it.
이 아닌가? 피아노?
There's a name. You know.
다른 곳에서 이쪽의 새소리?
They're bird cages. But the birds.
that a
Oh,
myth?
it totally is.
잠깐만. 얘네들은 말 안 하지?
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
도움이 안 되는구만.
And
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
피아노 오면은 이쪽인데.
it's one of those big.
Don't touch it.
Why not?
Might be haunted.
이거.
Yeah, it's mine.
What's so special about it?
I got it from my teacher. It's the first piece I ever learned.
How long have you been playing?
Since the day I turned 6. Family tradition.
새로운
I was
뭔가가
really
있어?
excited to start learning. As soon as I got out of my first lesson, I told Freya and Fifi all about it. When I arrived at my second lesson the next day,
모든 거?
Freya was there too. She hadn't asked permission, just showed up. For 2 whole years, the teacher taught us both.
Was Freya any good?
She would have been even better than me if she'd stuck with it. But
She
one
too?
day, she just stopped coming to lessons.
Why?
That's just it. There was no reason. That's when I realized things were different for her.
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure, it's Where did you find this?
It was in the attic.
Oh, huh. I forgot we even had an attic.
What do you make of the statue?
I know that's the only harp in the whole of Tangle Tower. I've never actually seen a real one.
Maybe it's from before your time.
Oh, definitely. You see how old this statue is?
What about the symbols? One of them looks like piano keys.
Yeah, weird. Yeah, it's mine.
What's
I got it.
How
from
long have you
since
been-
the day I
Okay.
really excited.
When I
She
arrived
hadn't asked for 2.
Was Freya any good?
She one day.
Why?
That's just there was no. That's when I things were.
피아노 소리. 또 무슨 소리를 수집할 수 있을까? 벌레 소리?
I don't know what that is.
Me neither.
Me 3. Oh, sorry. I thought you said me too.
It's of no interest to me, but I overheard Poppy and Freya talking about it once.
What were they saying?
They were arguing about something, but I can't remember the details.
여긴 아닌가 보구만. 시계 소리?
We already solved it. A wooden
I
trunk.
want one.
Have you deciphered the meaning of those 4 symbols on the harp?
We're working on it.
That's a no then. What is that?
I'm not sure. It looks like it attaches to something else.
Why don't you go back and double check the area you found it? Maybe you'll find the rest of the something else.
I'm not so sure about that.
아쿠아리움 소리?
It's
There we
it's a-
could be anymore.
a chalkboard.
Is this a library or a class?
뭔가가 이거는 화장 아닌데?
Any idea what this means?
Not a clue.
안 봤어. 191, 193 출생 연도 아니야? 아닌데? 그렇다고 하기는 좀 아닌 것 같은데.
Any idea what this means?
Not a clue.
I'm not sure I learned anything from that.
The statue itself does not interest me, but I do wish to know about those symbols on the harp. Have you deciphered their meaning yet?
We're working on it.
We are.
Is this yours, Fifi?
I do not recognize it. And besides, I would have no use for such a thing. Perhaps
책은
it could be used to hang
젖은
wet
빨래를
laundry?
걸을 때.
Was that a joke?
Yes.
A chalkboard?
Is this a library?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 이건 뭐 그대로 출생 순서네.
Any idea what this
Not
means?
a clue.
Any idea what
Not
this
a clue.
I'm not sure I learned anything from that. Sure, why not,
The
Bill?
search for the archiving of downright poetic.
서적.
Books about
Skip.
스캡.
Is that a
Snowball?
snow globe?
Of sorts.
Tangle Tower.
Hey, look at that. It's a model of Tangle Tower. There's the lake and those weird mountains. What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing souvenir.
It's a what do you
That
think?
would make an
그친 것 같은데.
It's an illustrated book about birds.
And it's been left open. Looks like somebody was halfway through reading it.
Or it was left open for us to find.
Ever so slightly unnerving.
What this? 얼룩새?
Sure, why not?
The
Bill?
search for the archive is downright poetic.
A book? Fundamental.
중학교
I guess
초.
somebody dropped it.
Uh,
I'm not sure. Soil samples?
질문.
do you know who was reading this book?
It belongs to my mother.
And she left it in the library?
No, my mother has not been in the library for some time.
There's something about the image of Flora in the painting. Something suspicious.
갑자기?
Let's ask her about it.
So, this painting, specifically that knife in Flora's hand,
Yeah, it's creepy. But we didn't find a knife anywhere in the room. So what's going on?
이건 칼이 아니야.
it's not a knife. We need a clue to compare with the painting. Something to explain what that knife shape actually is.
그것은 말이요? 이거요?
Let's take a closer look at this.
머리 부분이 검은색인가 빨간색인가 그렇네. 실제로는 얼룩새의
The
것이다.
painted knife is almost
낫 동화 존재하지 않는다. 한국곤충 찌대 얼룩새의 것이다. 칼 숨긴 것, 숨친 것, 만들어진 것은 실제로는 새, 날개, 깃털, 깃털.
the painted knife is actually just a feather from an ink-dip bird.
깃털은 왜, 근데 깃털이 왜 붉은데?
It's definitely the right shape. But the book's not in
아,
color.
뿌리 깃털?
The thing Flora's holding in the painting is red and white, specifically. Is there anything to suggest that the ink dip bird is red and white too?
아저씨 그림? 그림이랄까 저식이 조각.
This little thing? I don't understand why Felix would make a model of this bird as part of a gift for Flora. And come to think of it, why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
깃털을 왜 손에 들고 있는 걸까? 페니의 애완동물이었다. 피피의 실험을 보였다. 플로라의 애완동물이다. 얼로스는 피피의 애완동물이었다. 플로라의 범죄의 증거물 협상 카드로서 기억하기 위해서.
The ink-dipped bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
She kept the bird as a pet. And it died?
어떤 사유로?
Maybe it flew away.
Flora spends all her time staring out the window.
날아간 건가?
Either way, she kept the feather. I think it was pretty important to her.
All right. So she was holding the feather while Freya was painting her. But where is it now? You'd think she'd keep it somewhere close by.
Yeah, I think she does. Normally. This is where Flora usually keeps her feather.
이게? 이거겠죠?
But we opened it. It's empty.
Mm-hmm. Completely empty. Flora? She's pointing at something in the corner of the room.
It's just a pile of books. They're not... Wait, there's something tucked inside this one.
뭘 껴놨죠? 그 당시의 그림인가? 목이 잘린 당신을 위한 거예요. 사랑합니다, 프레야. 그렇군요.
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene. We know a little more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
프레야는 칼에 찔렸나? 그림에는 왜 피가 있었을까? 물감통의 피.
Paint from the paint. Nope.
Nope. 피는 어디서 묻은 걸까? 또 어떻게 사용됐을까? 원래는 빈통이었고. 잠깐만. 아까 분명히 이 피를 칠한 건 프레야 본인이라고 했는데? 오, 뒤바뀐 것 같아. 끝이 8간. 더 칠하는 대상이다. 바로 뭔가 숨긴 듯한 일치하도록 만들어졌다. 끝이 8간? 끝이 빨간?
Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of
아니,
the
끝이
painted
빨간-
ink dip feather to resemble a bloody
끝이 빨간은
knife.
뭐야?
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question. Why?
Why?
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole time. It stayed locked until Fitz kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what and more interested in the how.
암살이잖아?
The angle of
그러면은
Freya's wound
위에서 내려온
suggests
거
she
아니야?
was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her.
정면에서?
But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with a painting.
Maybe something went through it.
뒤에서
Through
당겨서
the
찌를
painting?
수도 있잖아.
Wouldn't that leave a hole?
Okay, well, how about this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely
그건
unrelated.
맞을지도? 근데 그럴 수가 있을까? 저항의 흔적이 없는데? 사건 현장 조사 들어갑니다. 이것.
The outline of Freya. There's a single patch. No,
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the
So?
so she was probably standing
Let's check the case file again.
모르겠어. 타락방에 한번 다시 가볼까?
Where's that light coming from?
Well, it's just daylight, I think. There's a decent gap between those. Is that what I think it is?
정확히 내려볼 수가 있는데.
Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is?
Where's that light coming
That's
from?
just there's a decent. Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is?
Where's that light
That's
coming
just there's a
from?
decent. Is that what I think? Is that what I think it is?
다시 돌아가봐. 여기로.
The attic's directly above us, right?
Yeah.
이 위에 눈이라는 표시가 있지. 그래서 위에서 틈이 있다는 걸 알았어.
The attic's direct.
Yeah. The outline of Freya. There's a single.
That's weird. Her feet so she
Let's
was.
check the case file again.
다시 질문? 세도가 플로라이드.
I like these drawings, Flora.
Is there a reason why you wanted us to see them? Have you seen this book before? Do you know who it belongs to?
I really thought she was gonna say something there.
아니야.
Somebody taking an interest in extinct animals.
Extinct.
Oh, yes. The book is very old. Most of the birds in it are long gone.
Well, what about this bird, though? The ink dip.
This one, well, it was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at Tangle Tower.
So it's not extinct.
You misunderstand. It was the last one. The very last.
Oh.
It's that bird. But these must have been drawn at least a year ago. Oh, how sad.
이때가 기점인가? 잠깐 그 전에 무슨 소리를 찾아러 가보자.
Rather ugly, isn't it, as far as statues go? Years of wind and rain have not been kind to it either.
Do you know what it is? The creature, I mean.
It's connected to the Remington family history in some way. but I can't recall.
종소리?
What is it?
We don't know. We were really hoping you would.
My friends, shed your hope and let it fall free like sandbags from a hot air balloon.
That's the most depressing idiom I've ever heard.
Where did you find that?
It was in the library.
Really? How odd. These drawings are quite precious. I'm surprised Flora let you see them.
What happened to the bird? Did it die?
I don't know. Seems likely, though, doesn't it? I've never been one for music. Why not ask Poppy instead? Is that a clue? Really?
It might be.
종소리 찍으러 간다. 여기가 아닌데, 여긴데. 아, 여긴데. 조인종 소리. 그리고 마지막 거에는 아니 이거 아닌데. 이게 아니라 이걸 보고 여기서 보면은 입술이 있었어. 입술이 뜻하는 바는 뭘까? 어디로 가면 될까요? 어디서 누군가와 대화를 하면은 풀릴까? 뭡니까?
A book from the library. One of hundreds, no doubt. What makes this one special?
It's about birds.
Yes, I see that. Does Flora still own that bird? Do you know?
Don't think so. The drawings are from a few years ago.
I see.
A very old statue indeed. I'd recommend you leave it well alone. The poor fellow's in bad enough shape as it is. What's this? Is it a clue?
We don't actually know. But Grimoire picked it up, so now he has to pretend it is.
That's how it works.
어떤 나중에
That's
뭔가
a very
같을 텐데.
old book, isn't it? Looks like someone could have taken better care of it.
I like the look of a well-read book. Better than one that's never been opened.
Ah, well put. Yes, very nice. Where is that bird of Flora's? It's been a while since I've seen it.
뭔가 소리가 나는 무언가. 인공폭포?
Ah, a little water feature.
It's making
Wonder how it's hooked up.
Giant snowflake.
Ah, he's
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
석상은 아닐 거 아니야. 앵무새가 있나?
They're bird cages.
But the birds.
that a
Oh,
myth?
it totally is.
They're bird cages.
Oh, it totally is.
어디서 찾아야 될까? 이 단서를 말이지.
It's a statue.
You know, there's
It's
not. Also, it's stuffed. Where's that light coming
There's a decent gap between those. Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think?
볼까?
What's in that?
I bet it's
skull?
gone.
Maybe I won't open it. Just Dusty John. Just Dusty John.
Nothing catching my interest.
Sorry, is this spooky?
Kinda.
얘는 뭘 알고 있을까?
That belongs to Flora, I think. How sweet.
Freya drew these,
Yeah, I think so. There's a note on the back.
but she never showed them to me.
Well, I think it was a gift for your mother, like a private thing between Freya and Flora.
여기서 뭔 소리가 나는데?
Not the kind of lamp
It's cool. Looks like old wine.
Do you
I don't know.
no windows either?
파이프?
Do you think that
I don't
there's no
know.
windows either?
Painting supplies.
It's
I think it looks
fine.
Could also be a shark.
Drawings.
What's that one
It
on?
looks like one of them's holding a red rose.
퍼피와 피츠의 그림은 그들이 옥상정원에 있을 때 그린 것이다.
There's something about those
수상한데?
petals we found in Penny's room. Something.
Let's ask her about it.
갑니다. 근데 뭐가 수상하다는 거지? 아니 수상은 알겠는데 이 사람이 나온 건 모르겠어.
So, yeah.
아 맞다.
we found
혼닛.
this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a piece of paper and hid it in your room. That's not nothing.
빨간 꽃과
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower petals.
The petals.
빨간 장미꽃.
They're from red roses. And there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses and who they belong to.
이거?
It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding?
I can't imagine what you're getting at, but it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no access?
Is it really only accessible from those two bedrooms?
For most people, it would be. But don't forget, Penny's a resident
아, 새들한테 시킨
ornithologist.
거야?
My dears, what are you accusing me of?
선물 도난다 했다. 죽은 자 했다. 예쁜 자 했다. 선물이었다. 선물 받은 건 도난당했다. 커피와 피치. 커피와 피치. 증거를 주의를 눌렀다. 해서 생각해볼까. 돈을 훔쳤다. 증거?
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence
증거를
from them.
훔쳤다는 게 뭔 말일까?
We know those two have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that. Besides, Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
타바타가 누군데?
We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds. Something to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden.
깃털?
Let's take a closer look at these.
이 노란 깃털 닮지 않았습니까? 남긴 것은 펜의 노란색. 온실을 방문했을 때다. 온실이 아닌데?
This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird.
말해보겠니?
I can't stand it! Knowing the two of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me.
소통은 어떻게
I
했냐?
knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand. Fitz is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with me these days. But being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little... I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
모든 사람들의 증언을 다 들어본 게 아닌가? 나봐. 가서 고인 빼고는 다 들어봤다 난. 이제 그 무슨 입술 머시기만 찾으면 될 것 같은데 그 입술이 뭘까? 누구 입술일까? 어쨌든 여태까지만 봐도 소리가 났던 물건들이잖아. 물건들일까 생물들인가 아무튼 새소리, 피아노 소리, 종소리. 나머지 하나가 표시가 입술이었단 말이지. 자, 이것을 보면은 이것이 아니라 여기서 이걸로 보면은 피아노, 새. 그리고 이게 뭐냐? 뭘까? 이게 뭘까? 아니 잠깐만, 맵을 봐서 연관이 있을 만한 곳. 보통 입술은 사람이 미는데 여긴 아무래도 좀 그렇고 이쪽 방을 들어가보고. 넌 아니겠지?
Don't think you can get out. Save it for the jug.
I don't know what
I'd read
that,
you
that's
then.
even worse.
Fifi's got
What
something.
is all this?
Did you notice who?
Freya?
Mm-hmm. Crystal
I
Shadow.
don't know. Plus, they're kind of dusty.
We already solved it.
에? 이거 아니구나.
Pretty.
We're supposed to be...
And over here, a simple trick, but it really. It's a
How
magnifying.
come you don't?
Why? Should I start
You
smoking?
can pull up
이거?
boxes of stuff. Boxes of stuff.
What's that?
Looks like something. I hope it's just a bunch of notes about her micro.
여긴 아닌 것 같은데. 단서 꽉 찼는데? 프레야의 그림. 물어보러 가보자.
Hey, that's me. Not a bad likeness.
It looks like you're standing in a rose bush.
Is there something wrong with that?
됐고. 그다음에 이쪽에 가서 이거.
When did Freya draw the picture of you, Hawkshaw?
I didn't model for her, if that's what you're asking. She must have done it without my permission.
Could just be from memory. It's not quite as detailed as the others, anyway.
키친한테 가보자.
Fitz, one of these drawings is of you in the rooftop garden, I think, with Poppy.
Mm-hmm. Are we done? Did Freya draw these?
Yeah. There's a note in the back, too.
She was even closer to Flora than I realized. Penelope knows about birds. You should ask her instead.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about something. There's a plant mentioned on this page, see? Do you have any? In the greenhouse?
No, I don't grow that anymore. I've tried in the past. It's incredibly difficult, even for me. I could never get it to live more than a couple of weeks.
That's a handsome beetle. Looks like he might have it.
아닌가요?
A little chart. Actually, I have no idea what it's about. Kind of reminds me of a periodic.
Greek letters? What do you make?
Not a whole lot.
뭔가를 더 질문할 게 있구나.
There is a drawing of me, a drawing of Detective Hawkshaw, and a drawing of Poppy and Fitz.
Books about...
한 번씩 다 둘러봤는데 말이지, 이 정도면은. 뭘 더 봐야 돼?
Yeah, it's too...
It's also daytime. What?
It's large.
You're not wrong. Pretty.
What animal?
Hawk.
Right, a hawk bear lizard.
It's a band.
It's
It's
not?
a one-man band. Spooky. What do you think it's
I
for?
think
Is it
it's-
working?
No. This is
Do the
some...
plants all look a little...
I'm still...
Should we take another look?
이건 문양들이고. 입술입니까?
Let's come back later.
유추가 되지가 않아.
It's
I've never seen a barometer. The entire room.
Oh, it's
I
not
think
just the actual hose. More
No,
amount.
they're- it's a drinking.
Is it full
one.
of
Right
air?
now, it's just.
물명잔.
Puffer?
Yes, it's also a lamp.
Yeah, it's
I hope so. It's a magic lamp. Can we summon
If
the
we get really stuck,
해머.
a hammock?
I would politely describe it. A little
Definitely
bit. It's not everything is cursed.
Shelf junk.
And oh,
Probably cursed. The entire room.
no, it's not just. I think it's the actual hose. A pencil.
Mood. The entire room.
No, it's not just. I think it's the actual hose.
He's an imp. Well, if you tell.
Oh, it's Earth.
If Earth was made of paper and gave off a
Oh.
gentle. A lot of redundant light sources. You get a good view of the lake from here. We already solved it.
그렇지요.
Huh.
They're just decorative.
Oh, so decorative. Huh.
They're just
Oh, so decorative.
The door's unlocked. Finally.
And it's the
Told
back.
you.
Just a rock. That thing.
The door's unlocked. More eggs. Well, artist fault. An egg has got to be the easy. It's. I might just.
Trees.
In a garden.
In a garden. It's a rose. Not
The roses
Yeah, aren't
exactly. That's
or
one.
one very small.
어딜 가야 되는 거지?
Traveling
Empty.
case.
All of them.
Ever get
The mannequins don't have
That's not. Ever get
The mannequins don't.
That's not. Looks like rude. Looks like rude.
A little
Let's
bit.
see. Romance novel.
What?
This one.
Nice.
That bed.
Does it feel warm?
No, you're
It's
right.
not coming from the bed.
밖에서 나오는 열?
Anything
Bed
in? That's
sheets.
not even remotely suspicious.
Penny's books. Most.
This is what
I don't know.
뭘까?
Do you think he'll start to...
No, I think he'll just.
Oh.
What?
Oh.
No? Tangle.
Tower. That leads back to the gardens.
뭘 해야 될까? 다시 얘를 한번 뒤져봐.
It says.
You know, there's...
I
It's
know.
not quite... Also, it's stuffed. Someone...
think
Either way, it's pretty suspicious. I don't know if you can... The sudden absence of...
이게 피아노 저건가? 흥얼 대한 소리라 듣네. 아, 이건가? 아니요. 말소리라던가.
That's all the stuff. We know a little more. It's a little bit.
What a comforting... That's a big...
Yeah. Water with poison in it.
It's a garden. Ready when you are.
뭐 해야 돼요? 플로라의 탑에서 무슨 멜로디를 듣지 않았어? 이 탑이요? 멜로디?
A little.
It's the only plant in the entire...
이거요? 이건 피아노 소리인데? 피아노 이미 저거 했으니까 아니지 않을까? 설마 그렇다고 하면은 이 말소리? 역재생. 아무 소리도 안 나잖아. 소리가? 찌르륵. 아무것도 들리지 않아.
Weird.
It's
이상하네.
someone humming a tune.
콧노래. 설마 했는데.
That's all four melodies, I think.
이거 아까 예상은 했는데 안 돼가지고 내가 그냥 넘어간 거잖아.
So, what do we do with them?
Should we go back to the go?
이거 찬찬히 안 들어서 그런 거였어? 아, 한국인이라 당했다.
Let's try this.
You know, I think we might be able to solve this now.
문양 맞추라는 거야? 이거고. 이거 아닌데? 이거다. 바스가 요거.
That's got.
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
Wait, do you hear that?
Do you hear that?
Where do you think it goes?
Down.
Down. Oh. 素晴らしい. 하. 지하. 넌 왜 거기 서 있냐? 아하.
It looks like there, but the liquid is ice cold.
액체 질소인가? 여기도 깨져
A
있어.
cracked glass tank with 9 little rooms. Each one has 1 or 2 insects inside. I can't tell if they're still alive.
I like that you called them rooms.
이건 뭐지?
What's in there?
표본?
9 beetles, all different.
Poor little guys.
There's a bunch of notes. It's mostly numbers. No idea what. 9 beetles. It's mostly numbers. It's a little diagram.
That's weird.
What?
It looks really compared to the beetles behind the glass. What a mess.
Any idea what this is all about?
뭔데 이게? 오.
Is that a periodic table?
주기율.
No,
주는
but it does kind of look like one.
What are those symbols?
They're alchemic symbols. Mostly based on the planets, the sun, the moon, stuff like
Huh. Reminds me of the chart from the library.
the one from the chalkboard.
Yeah. This looks like it was drawn in a hurry.
Didn't we see those same symbols in the greenhouse?
이건 못 걸어냈네.
Is it locked?
Seems likely, doesn't it? Weird
I'm
looking.
pretty sure the latches can slide into the middle.
열쇠를 중앙으로 움직일 수 있어? 아하, 파이프 연결하기구나. 제가 뭐 이런 건 좀 나쁘지 않게 하죠. 이거구만. 여기서 이거 아니고 이거구만. 여기서 이걸로 이은 다음에 안 튀어나와. 일단 여기도 이어보자. 여기구나. 여기서 아, 이런 식으로가 될 수가 있구나. 여기에 이쪽으로 두고 얘를 당기면 안 될 것 같은데. 아래로 연결이 되네. 이거? 이쪽으로 가면 안 되는데. 더 빼봐. 이쪽으로 가게 만들어서 얘를 이쪽으로 당겨주고. 그럼 안 되는데. 이럴 수가 없어. 이게 맞는 것 같은데. 그래, 얘가 이쪽으로 가서 얘를 당겨서 안 되는데. 이쪽으로 이은 다음에 여기에다가 여기 사이가 연결이 안 되네. 얘를 당기면 이러면은 연결이 조금 되나? 이렇게 하고 얘도 좀 당겨서 여기까지 해주고. 좀 됐나?
That's the one.
Hey, not bad.
Oh, that's
Anything inside?
Yeah, more research.
연구물. 피피한테 갖다 줘야지. 난 모르겠다.
Whose research is this?
비밀
This is
실험실.
some seriously in-depth research.
It's impressive, but it's incomplete. There's a section missing.
여기에 해당하는 게 이걸 거다.
So, this is Pointer's secret lab.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
I guess not a lot of people know about the secret entrance.
Right. But if Pointer's the only one who comes down here, why would he need to lock his research in a safe? Who is he hiding it from?
He's just paranoid, especially about his golden beetle.
What do you think he's trying to do exactly?
포인터는 번식시키려 했다. 황금 닭정벌레. 지하 실험실.
Pointer has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the underground laboratory.
근데 뭐를 위해? 돈
Why?
벌려고?
Because it's rare?
Because it's gold?
Is that it?
돈이
I think
되니까?
so. I don't think he cares about entomology any more than he cares about astronomy. He just wants to get one over on Felix. If he can
자산으로?
breed his own gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is looking pretty,
Infinite. Might explain why he was so worried about losing the beetle. Maybe somebody did steal it.
might have been Freya after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
She might not have known what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure, but not naive. I reckon she knew what was going on.
I think we're still missing the bigger picture. There's no way this is all just about a beetle. We're done.
말든.
Ready to go down?
이거-
Again?
더미씨 있네? 가장 아래층.
We're too late. This photograph has been
찔렸어?
stabbed.
Why? By what?
Not sure. Some kind of metal stabbing thingy.
인두?
So what's the photo?
플로라? 심장을 찔렀는데.
Do you know who it is in the photo? This man in the photo, he reminds me of something from one of our clues.
그것은 말이야. Tangle Tower?
That's not right.
아, not? 이거?
That's not right.
그 연관된 그 사진 거시기 그게 말이야. 이건가?
That's not right.
이거?
That's not right.
이것도 아니야? 이건 아닐 거 아니야.
That's not right.
이건가?
That's not right.
조각상, 딱정벌레, 모종삽, 렌즈, 열매, 사건 파일,
That's not right.
손상된 테이프. 내가 찾은 단서 중에 있다고? 이 페이지가 있네.
We need a clue that's got some.
관련된 증거? 물필이 동상, 구겨진 종이, 화분의 꽃, 찢어진 사진, 악보, 함께 루트 동상, 비밀 일기장. 어디서 연관을 찾아야 되는 거지?
That's not right. That's not right.
이거?
That's not right.
그럼 뭘까? 이건 아닐 거 아니야.
That's not right.
그치? 조기 비날.
That's not right.
Not right? 여태까지 찾은 증거 중에 하나일 거는 확실한 거지. 이거야?
That's not right.
이거야?
That's not right. That's not right. That's not right.
독감은
That's
아닐
not
거 아니야.
right.
그치? 찢어진 사진, 딱정벌레.
That's not right.
이거? 아!
Felix made a little model of him for Flora.
Yeah, makes sense when you know who he is.
랭턴경.
Lord Remington.
Remington. That makes him Flora's father, meaning the girl in the photo is.
Yeah, it's her. See the bird, too.
I never would have guessed. Times sure do change.
I don't know. I don't think she looks so different.
A single book.
This is creeping me out.
Why?
I think it's a children's
어린이용
book.
책? 어린이용이야 이게? 이건 뭐지?
It's an old coat rack.
낡은 옷걸이?
Looks thoroughly
Two
neglected.
cloaks and a green hat draped on top for good measure.
누구의 소유품인 거지?
Gives off
What
kind
do
of
people
nothing good.
이건 뭐지?
Basements don't.
Or at the bottom of the lake. It must be.
Right.
호수바닥?
But if that's the lake bed, why does it look like that?
Like what?
White, smooth, no plants, no anything. That's not what a lake looks like.
Where are we?
호수바닥이 호수바닥 치곤 깔끔하다 이 말인가? 아니 그거
Did you notice how much light this room has? For a room with one candle?
It's all coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure lakes are supposed to be darker at the bottom, not lighter.
Why is there a room down here anyway? And why is it so much older than the rest of Tangle Tower?
We still don't really know why people came to live here in the first place.
Maybe they just wanted to get rich, like Pointer with his beetles.
I feel like the Remingtons came here for the lake, for what was in it.
It's empty though. More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late. Old
How
park-
exciting.
No, they're also dead and empty. Old
How
park-
exciting.
No, they're also dead and empty.
물이 새고 있어.
There's a roll of paper up there.
I'll see if I can reach it.
Let me guess. Blank.
드르륵 드르륵 구조물이네? 애초에 타워는 계획이 없었던 것 같은데?
It's the aviary.
침실, 그랜드홀, 옥상 정원.
Study. Wait,
I know what you're thinking.
가본 적이 없어.
And no, we never went in there.
how did we miss it?
어디로 통하는 거지?
That's the lake,
It
right?
used to be a lot lower down than it is now.
Misted Mansion. North side, is it not Tangle?
Tangle Tower. Before
The rooftop. That name makes a little more sense.
This seems pretty significant.
Agreed. Let's head back up to the Grand Hall. I want to find that last.
나도 찾고 싶어. 뭐야 불 꺼졌어?
Whoa, it's dark all of a sudden.
How long were we down there?
그 다음에 통한 길이 여기인구였던 것 같은데.
This must be it. This thing goes all the way up.
How are we supposed to get up there?
Hang on, it's pitch black, but I think there's a switch.
눌러. 오,
A ladder.
Want to go up?
오르자. 무슨 소리가 나는겨? 숨겨진 심장. 심장부? 뭐야 이건?
You know, in any normal room, this thing would be my main concern. In here, though, it barely makes the top 3.
오, 수상한 게 엄청나게 많다는 거지.
Coffee table, half-empty wine bottle, lamp left on. I'm gonna say someone's been using this room.
최근까지?
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
노트. 무기.
An axe and some kind of hunting rifle. Mounted.
Honestly, doesn't look like they've been moved in a few years.
I'm more worried about the third one.
The third one?
The one that isn't there.
그렇네. 이게 뭐야? 이거 닷 아냐? 곡괭이?
It's a wooden pinboard, hung up on one of the chains.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
이거 탐정 아냐? 그리고 여기 하나 찢겨졌네.
Dragon?
Snake?
Worm?
That's the one.
Is that a crab?
It's got a translucent exoskeleton.
Also, crabs normally...
걸려?
You sure we should be touching it?
Grimoire, don't you think it looks familiar?
약간 집 구조같이 생기긴 했네요.
I guess
I don't think we need to guess.
What do you mean?
We have all the information we need in our case file.
사건 파일이요?
This crab really
That
reminds...
little wooden...
Yeah, but I don't think that's... I think I've seen it more recently.
나무 장난감. 나무 장난감이 뭐다냐? 한번 먼저 볼까?
Some kind of fish.
We're talking about a...
Well, how about we stop talking about it? Some kind
That's a
of...
bird.
Well, how about we stop talking about it?
Those
Some
are-
of them are...
At least they're all
You
empty.
sure that's a good thing? How many legs
Too many. Nice chair.
It's still-
Maybe it's just heat from the...
Maybe.
Do those look like...
Yeah, they're on the inside.
안에서 나왔다? 이거 뭐야?
Do those look like
Yeah,
scrap?
they're on the inside. An incinerator built into the wall.
소금 넣어라.
It's still pretty hot.
Is there anything left inside?
It's mostly ashes. Yeah, there's something.
불에 탄 물건들. 어? 이거 깃털이잖아.
Someone's been using this room. I don't get it. This room is in the original building plans for the mansion, but nowadays it's some big secret?
It's not a secret to everybody. At least one other person still knows about this room.
The way the notebook was left out on the table makes me think it's someone who has the room all to themselves.
Whoever it was, they left more than just the notebook. There's a whole design project on this pinboard. Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it. I'm betting it'd make more sense if we could see it all together.
That might not be impossible, you know.
조합을 해볼까? 여기에 노트?
That's definitely the right kind of paper, but none of the pages match up to what's on the pinboard.
그렇다면은 요거 가운데 이거는 설계도겠지.
That
I
doesn't...
Yeah.
need something that could attach.
메모판에 붙을만한 거? 메모판.
We need something that could attach to
손상된 사진?
That's not
그럴 리가
right.
없는데?
Something that's been taped at the top.
노트?
That's not right. Something that's been taped at the top.
비밀 연구?
That's not right. Something that's been taped at the top. That's not right. Something that's been taped at the top. With
테이프가 붙여졌던 것? 탱글 타워?
That's not right. Something that's been taped at the top.
테이프가 왜 붙어 있어?
That's not right. Something that's been taped at the top.
Tape to the top. 이걸 리는 없는데. 도감, 그림. 도감이 뜬금없는데. 이게 왜 여기 있어?
the painting from Freya's room and those sketches. Did Freya design Detective Hawkshaw's clothes? What kind of sense does that make?
I don't think that's why Freya made that painting, but it may have been why somebody took a photo of it to use as reference. And as for those sketches of Hawkshaw, I don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else, someone with less of a talent for art.
Doesn't exactly narrow it down.
그치?
Should we go ask Detective Hawkshaw about all this?
I'm not sure. We still don't know what's really going on.
그지요.
That's a bookcase.
What a surprise. Hooks, big hooks.
A wooden stool.
Those aren't,
Some of
at
them
least they're all
aren't. You sure that's a good thing?
이건 뭐지?
Who are all the people?
Not sure, but our eyes have all been crossed out.
미스티드 저택의 대표자들.
That photo is important.
자, 한번
Another photograph.
Their faces are all crossed out with some kind of black ink.
That's weird.
Oh, you think so?
No, I mean, something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of these people here at Tangle Tower?
Well, the woman on the left looks a little like Poppy, but her style is way
커피
different.
엄마?
And at first I thought the guy on the top right was Felix, but now that I look at it, I don't think it is him.
미세드? 잠깐만. 얼굴에 흉터도 그래.
Who are all the
Not sure. Our eyes have all been crossed out.
그래 나머지 하나는
that
개일 것
It's
같은데?
got a translucent.
Also, crabs. No.
왼쪽에 이거는
I guess that's wrong.
I don't think we need to
What do you mean?
We have all the information we need in our case file.
사건 파일이 있어?
This crab really.
That-
Yeah, I think I've seen it more recently.
나무 장난감? 이거? 아 이거
Is that a...
It's got a.
Also, crab. I guess
I don't
that's...
think
what do
we
you
have
mean?
all the information we need.
어떻게 생겼더라?
Nothing.
I'm sure I've seen this thing. This crab really
That-
Yeah, I think I've seen it more recently.
잠깐만 생긴 게 생긴 게 말이야. 아래를 보게?
Is that a...
It's got a-
Also, crab.
너무 저건데? 요런
I
느낌이었나?
guess that's
I don't
wrong.
think we
What do you
need. We have
mean?
all the information we need in our case.
요런 느낌이었나?
Nothing.
I'm sure I've seen this thing.
요렇게?
Nope.
Wasn't this
The
crab?
children's book?
This crab really reminds. Yeah, I think I've seen it more.
어린이용 책? 어지간해서 다 아. 오케이.
Is that a...
It's got
also crap?
얘는 위로하고 얘가 이거를 말야. 나 까먹었어. 이거였나?
I guess that's wrong.
I don't think we need
What do
to.
you
We have
mean?
all the information we need in our.
Nothing.
I'm sure I've seen this thing.
다시
This
봐봐.
crab.
That's
Yeah,
what
I think I've seen it more.
기억이 안 나. 다시. 여부는 닫고 나머지는 열고.
Those,
Some of them
at
are
least they're all-
sure that's a good thing.
다시.
Is that
It's
a...
got
also crap?
올리고 닫고. 얘는 그냥 이 정도 하고 열고. 얘는 요것만 올리고 열고. 됐어.
Perfect.
좋습니다. 쇠뇌?
What's this?
Something somebody didn't want us to find.
감개가
What is it?
있어. 나한테는 말이지.
Was someone
이걸로-
trying to hide it? From us?
I
뚫었다?
don't know, but it looks incomplete to me. I want to know what happened to the rest of it. Where are the other parts?
그런데 뭘로 뚫었을까? 아까 뭐라 그랬니?
Hidden in the study.
I'm not sure about that.
Me neither.
I want to know what happened to the rest of
다른
it.
부분은
Where are the
어딨지?
other parts?
이미
We
찾았잖아.
found them already.
감개. 여기에 감개.
I think that might, but not this
이
part.
부분이 아니야? 나바스까 그러면은 아니 금속 막대?
I think that, but not this part.
That.
We need something that.
어디야? 렌즈? 저격? 그리고 이게 감개. 정면에 금속 막대. 완벽하군.
What do you make of it?
Not sure. Let's keep an open mind.
You don't think the crossbow is the murder weapon?
Oh no, the crossbow is definitely the murder weapon. But that doesn't mean we've solved the mystery.
혹소가 범인이야? 살인.
Time to solve this.
그래.
All
살인
right.
음모.
Break out the notebook. Time to put it all together.
오케이.
Let's start with this. It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it matches Freya's wound. It's the murder weapon. I'm sure of it.
Despite the fact it doesn't have any blood on it, and it wasn't found anywhere near the crime scene.
It was cleaned, then it was hidden. I don't think anybody expected us to get down to that room at the bottom of the lake.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
위.
It was fired from above Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
The attic.
Perfect hiding place. We even found a part of the murder weapon up there. The reel was used to pull the arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards.
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
The murderer must have dropped the reel in the attic. I'm guessing they were in a hurry to escape.
Wait. The arrow was fired through the crack in the floorboards?
Yeah, it's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
Nope.
어떻게 쓰러졌을까?
Doesn't add up. It would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
Ah, right.
Unless. Freya was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too.
이미 당했다기에는 굳이 이런 행위를 할 필요가 없지 않나? 의식이 없는 상태였다. 그럴 수 있지. 그냥 쉬고 있었어. 하지만 이 상태에서 이렇게 누워서 쉬진 않겠지?
She'd fallen unconscious.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
추궁기, 물감 냄새, 플로라. 물감 냄새겠지.
Paint fumes.
I'm not sure about that.
아니야?
Me neither.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
The
추궁기?
gramophone.
Right.
말이? 되네?
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
재생되던 음악. 추궁기 안에 뭔가 있었어.
There was something in the gramophone.
Mm-hmm. Something small.
작은 무언가. 그 무언가의 정체는? 프레이어 물감?
That's not it.
Not? 이것?
That's not it.
Not? 추운기 안에 들어갈 자그마한 무언가. 그리고 사람의 의식을 잃어버리게 할 무언가. 꽃이 있을까?
That's not it.
아닐 거지. 이거는 그대로 잘 있었으니까. 낙동벌레?
Pointer's research says it can emit an incredibly loud hiss when it feels threatened.
독충이야?
Poppy and Fitz both said they heard a loud noise around the time of the murder. Neither of them had any idea what it was.
This seems a little far-fetched. Is it really loud enough to knock someone out?
95데시벨.
I don't think so, not by itself.
귀
But
바로
don't
옆에서?
forget, it was being amplified by the
충분히.
shape of the gramophone. Now, I don't think we're purely talking about volume either. It might just be a particular type of frequency.
This is getting kinda scientific. Since when do you know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
I don't, but I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The horn it's playing. It's a pretty similar shape to the one on the gramophone. That broken glass isn't there on accident. This is someone's science experiment.
Thinking about it, Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise, although Pointer might have been lying.
Personally, I think he was telling the truth about that. It's pretty clear a powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage too.
증거. 추궁기.
Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere. Freya's paints, the pink cassette tape, and the gramophone itself, they all sustained similar damage while they were in that room.
That's some seriously powerful vibration, enough to crack metal, enough to knock someone out all the way across a room.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't get. If the frequency was so powerful and had such a big range, how did the murderer pull it off? Wouldn't they have been in range too? Think about it. They can't have been much further away from the gramophone than Flora was.
They protected themselves.
How?
These are some pretty heavy-duty earmuffs. I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the
물건의
start.
주인은
1.
피츠지만
Freya is painting
누가
Flora's
썼냐는
portrait.
아직이지.
They're listening to music on the gramophone.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing earmuffs.
3. The golden beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it know?
The beetle?
Yeah, what triggered it at that particular moment? Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
I'm not sure. Maybe something in the music?
Maybe.
4. Freya and Flora are both knocked unconscious by the vibrations. Freya lands on her back. She drops the brush and palette by her side.
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly downwards.
6. The arrow is pulled back up on the reel.
7. The murderer leaves the attic, presumably.
8. The door is kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
That's it. There's something bothering me.
What?
I just want to check something. Let's go back to the crime scene.
오케이. 어디 가셨대?
answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it. It's dark.
The plant, it's in the book.
What?
Look.
이 식물?
Freya, did you leave us a clue?
빠진 단서.
So what's bothering you?
Something that's not here. The thing we didn't find. We
딱정벌레?
know she was holding it during the painting.
Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here, in this room. Where'd it go?
We found it somewhere else.
이거.
We were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene, and ended up in the incinerator down in the study.
굳이?
Someone wanted to destroy it, I guess.
But how? How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
So the question is, how could they steal something from a room they weren't able to access? The final clue about the crime scene. Freya left it for us right here.
다른 곳에서 발견이 됐고 회수를 어떻게 했냐. 아래서 꺼낸 거 아니야?
It's inside Flora's egg.
You think so?
Maybe not. Freya left it for us right here. It's in the unfinished painting. It's not quite a photo, but still, it's an image of the crime scene recorded just before the murder. If only she'd finished it, and then I could be totally sure.
It's true she never finished it, but she did intend to finish it.
Meaning?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas. That's not it.
많은 걸 알고 있어?
That's not it.
뭐요? 이거?
That's not it. That's not it.
프레야는 자기가 그릴 그림의 계획을 어떻게 보여줬을까? 그림의 계획이라. 이거일 리는 없는데. 이것?
That's not it.
Not? 이거?
That's not it.
이거?
That's not it.
이거?
Freya prepared all the colors she was going to need before she started painting.
캔버스에서 떨어졌다. 이것이 온 것은 살인자가 더한 것이다. 사실 그림이 아니다. 그 이유는 그랜드 쓰레겠다. 부세우준 피. 프레야 살인 무기. 청량 사람 물론 얼룩스가 떨어지지. 하지만 분명 빈병이라 했는데. 어렸을 깃털. 머리 스케치 새?
Blood on the brush was gone almost. Maybe just change one thing.
피
The yellow paint almost. Maybe just change.
문제가 이게 맞나 본데?
The black paint. Nope.
아니야 전혀 달라졌어. 그럼 여기서 이거 아니잖아.
The yellow paint was going to be used to paint the sketch of something sitting in the window.
Something in the window. Oh.
Something in the window.
There she is, our little thief.
How long has it been there? Did it hear the whole conversation?
She did,
어? 네가 왜 그쪽에서 오지?
but she's a very good listener. Well, now, I think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
어머나 동일
Penny, why did
동일
she...
It's
인물?
Penelope, if you don't mind. But before we begin, isn't there a certain formality demanding our attention? I'm afraid I have to insist. It's to the benefit of us all, I assure you. Lovely. Now, tell me, what was it that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
I just need to know the truth.
Is that right? Interesting.
Why did you do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely nothing.
So, what? You just hated her indiscriminately?
Freya Fellow was an inspiration to us all. She was possessed of a great energy, the volition to create something from nothing, the willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She was truly free. Everything I couldn't be.
You know what? I just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, what is it, 3 times now?
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short hours at Tangle Tower, and you feel like you've got everyone sussed. Unearthed every single one of our secrets. Nothing but bullet points for your notebook. Go on, indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer? suppose I can't argue with that, can I?
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us, so why not help us out?
Very well. Penelope Pointer is actually not very important at all. She pales in comparison to those who came before her and to those that came after. Living at Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably take for granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing and not a you thing?
Perhaps you didn't notice. Not one of them is happy, not one.
So why stay? Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
I did. Many times I've walked away. It did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall, did you not?
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have put it better myself. My mother, for one. My father, too. The other two Remingtons. Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that was the first question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know where they'd all gone?
More than that, I wanted to know if I belonged with them. I have no place here. Not among the Fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose, too.
So, what did you actually do about it?
Nothing I could do, at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then, I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
The study. The one hidden in the middle of the house. It's right next to a bedroom.
I'd hear voices at night. Deep ones. And the strangest thing, the wall behind my bed would get incredibly hot. For hours on end. The paint would peel. Wallpaper wouldn't stay up. I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something trying to break through. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know it's there, it's simple.
So, you got into the study and found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it. Then, I looked inside. Let's see how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
Misted?
What?
As I expected. After all, their connection to the Freya case is minimal, at least at the surface.
Sorry, what are we talking about?
It's a collective term, from before my time. Birds, insects, amphibians, anything living off the lake water. The mutation can take several generations, or it can happen overnight.
Wait, mistids, like cryptids, like Bigfoot or whatever.
A little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being mistids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happened, some got out. Quite a few got out.
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at 19, I found a single object that rather changed my life. Something which answered my questions while at once creating all new ones. The 5 missing family members standing together as a single unit, calling themselves the ambassadors of a misted mansion.
So, the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of Misted Mansion is long past. When I looked inside the incinerator on my first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era denied to me in its entirety. The study, The room at the bottom of the lake itself. All empty shells. I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe they'd share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough. They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps, charts, the creatures themselves, all lost, taken away or destroyed. But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
And? What happened? Why'd you paint out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
19-year-old me had imagined they'd all left with a mission, a unified purpose, but they hadn't. They were, in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped mystics. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters. All 5, completely useless to me.
Even your own parents?
Eventually, I returned to Tangle Tower. I had nowhere else to go. I considered giving up. But instead, I made a decision. There was only one person at Tangle Tower still of interest to me. My dear Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up astronomy. A fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was a mask. Pointer had found something from the era of Misted Mansion.
So where did he get the beetle?
I cannot be sure, but I theorized that he received it in the post.
In the post? From who?
Who can say? Someone outside Tangle Tower. But the thought that he would be in contact with such a person, all that time, I decided to take what was owed to me.
So you stole it.
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step. Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested, innocently, that perhaps it was not lost. Perhaps it had been stolen. He was very ready to believe he'd been the victim of theft. When I offered to call in a private detective, he jumped on the idea. She arrived the next day. Hawkshaw prides herself on her punctuality, as you know.
Why, though? Why go through all that? The name, the costume, and everything?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshaw afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
But didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets. On the second day, Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
So, you stole Pointer's research?
I would have done, if I'd found anything worth stealing. But he had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Which is?
Ha! It carries an exoskeleton approximately 90% identical to gold. But it's not the 90% I'm interested in. Did you ever question what exactly makes the water here so unique? Before Misted Mansion was built over the lake, before the lake was even a lake, Lord Remington and his wife built a small structure here, a research station, supposedly. Fast forward 2 or 3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
The ambassadors took everything when they left.
And everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator. However, possessing additional insight, I found something the others had missed. It's not much, but I have what I need.
So, why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay? Why did you kill Freya?
Simply put, Freya was too good for me. It's my fault. I pushed her over the edge, unknowingly, but still, I take the blame.
What are you talking about?
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted?
That almost, but it's not right. That's not right.
That's not it.
That's right. I had assumed it was purely abstract. I just thought it had a good energy. I later discovered it was a figure of some kind, something from Freya's recurring nightmare. For all her vitality, I think Freya was probably the most troubled of all of us. She was desperate to leave Tangle Tower, but she couldn't just walk away. For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory. Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the beetles. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her significantly. But in fact, I think it was something else. I think she wanted to free Fiona. The real reason Freya was unable to leave Tangle Tower is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her. We're now firmly in the realm of speculation, but I think Freya felt that exposing the darker secrets of Tangle Tower, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world, would compromise all three families, and perhaps, somehow, free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance. That was her plan anyway, but something happened. Before Freya could find her way into Pointer's laboratory.
She found her way into your study, found your notes, found that photograph. I'm willing to bet she put it all together quicker than we did.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors. Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help you.
Freya had made a promise to paint Flora as a birthday gift, a parting gift no less. She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
But why hide in the attic? And why bother with the beetle at all?
The beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya. It was for Flora. She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough. I couldn't get Flora out of her room, but if she could be unconscious, then she wouldn't have to witness anything.
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona. And Poppy too, I suppose. Gave them something to focus on.
You mean it distracted them while you made your escape?
It helped them cope. The very idea of something abstract, something supernatural. I believe it made things marginally less painful for them, initially. Worked on you, too.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
Well, I've been waiting for an opportunity to get my beetle back. I'd really rather not leave without it.
Wait, it's still here?
It's still inside the gramophone.
What's going on?
Poppy, they are both awake.
I can see.
You two all right?
My head hurts. What happened to us?
You were both unconscious. 14 minutes by my count.
Really?
You're both fine. No injuries.
Was it the beetle? In the gramophone? I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
So how did we get down here? What happened to Penny?
Fitz saved both of you, obviously.
When I reached Flora's tower, you were both unconscious, and Penny was crouched down beside you. She had her crossbow on her, but who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know that she was the murderer?
Poppy and Fifi suspected her. Apparently, they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Fitz did not want to believe us, because he liked Penny. A lot.
But what happened? Fitz, what did she do when she saw you?
She jumped out the window.
What? Did she survive?
She did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my room, but by the time I got out there to check, she was already gone.
Hang on. Poppy, why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found him sitting on the floor in the aviary, all by himself. Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all, did she? No, she didn't.
I apologize. Poppy seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand human language.
So, Penny got away.
I'm afraid she did.
We had suspected she might try to escape. I was stationed here by the lake's edge. I proved to be an ineffective guard. She took the boat.
Did she take the beetle with her?
Nope,
How do you know?
because it's right here.
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she had a chance to take it.
Poppy, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not. It doesn't belong to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it again. I think that's what she would have wanted.